Yes, we want to thank Augusta University and their crew. Thank you so much for helping host this event. Anytime I have something in Augusta, I can always count on Augusta University and the Chamber to basically just stand right behind us because they know how important it is when it comes to making sure our state runs correct. Again, when you start looking out here, you're going to have the Cyber Center. It's been there about 2 years now, I would venture to say, about 2 years or so. And so please, just don't leave Augusta as soon as this is over. Take your time, walk around, just see how lovely it is. Speaking of that, I'd like to introduce you to a former legislator. He served in the House of Representatives, also moved on to the Senate after that. Then he decided, I guess he bumped his head somewhere, I'm not sure, but he decided to come back to Augusta and serve as our mayor. Please welcome my friend, former colleague, our mayor, Hardy Davis.
My representative, I am excited to be here on this morning. I want to thank Chairman Gilliard for again giving us a gracious invitation to come and not only welcome you to Georgia's second city. To those of you who may not have been here before, it is my hope that if you live in the great state of Georgia, you've had an opportunity to come to Augusta at least once and for more than just the Masters. But we're excited. That's right. I say more than just the Masters. We certainly love that great opportunity, but we are more than that. As we welcome you, we are quickly becoming not only the second largest city in the state of Georgia, but we're quickly becoming, as a result of Augusta University, the cybersecurity capital of the nation. What a tremendous partnership between the state of Georgia, Augusta University, the city of Augusta, and our GBI, a host of private sector partners as well, who have stood up space in this 362,000 square feet of space in identical twin buildings. And we've got a phenomenal team over there that's leading this effort. And so on behalf of all of our citizens and the Augusta Commission, we not only welcome you here for this most important conversation that, as I understand it, you began in Savannah with this discussion. I'm aware of the fact that our Governor Kemp, has started a conversation around gangs and what we can do in the great state of Georgia to begin addressing this issue. And I think it's certainly fitting and proper knowing that in Augusta we have our fair share. But make no mistake about it, it's not the gangs that we should be afraid of, or even those individuals who are in the gangs. It's the outcomes and what happens if we do nothing. And so again, I want to just say thank you for the work that you're doing around this conversation. It is a significant issue in the state of Georgia. But I would also give you these three things that I think are very important. One, we've gone from the days of where you have 3 strikes and you're out. We just see people who perpetrate. We're talking about, in many instances, juveniles who find themselves on the wrong side of the law. And what we cannot do is just summarily lock everybody up and throw them into our institutions of what we believe to be correction and rehabilitation. That's number one, because we're dealing with human capital people. What we want to do is the same things that we've done with our drug courts, our diversion courts. We want to look for opportunities to be very responsive in nature. We're doing that here in Augusta, Georgia. We're looking for ways to take these juveniles who find themselves on the wrong side of the law for a variety of reasons. And in the case of those who are violent perpetrators of crime, we allow the law to take its place and the adjudication process to happen. And that's extremely important. Number two, when you have an opportunity to step in and work in concert with the Juvenile Justice Department in the great state of Georgia, particularly around children in need of services, because that's what many of these young people are. They're children in need of services. You have to find a way to, again, insert those mechanisms so that we can be helpful instead of even more hurtful. I know that doesn't always sound like, when we are lawmakers, strong on law, strong on those things. You can do both. Far too long in the world we live in, we've always taken the either-or approach. But being the engineer that I am, there's something called an and gate. And so we can do both. You can do both. You can be strong on law and a deterrent against crime, but at the same time, you can also be very strong on helping to heal what hurts where families are concerned. And then here's the third piece. Look for partnerships and identify best practices. The Office of Justice Programs for the U.S. Department of Justice has a series of best practices for communities and their willingness to address gang violence. We have been a part of those conversations here in Augusta. As a result of that, our My Brother's Keeper initiative is working very closely with 300 young men from our schools. These are 9th through 12th graders who we're working with. We're tracking them from where they are to college to career and giving them an opportunity to know that there are those people in the community who care about them, because they too have, in some instances, been confronted with gangs and how to handle and navigate through that. But again, Chairman Gilliard, Colonel Hitchens, Representative Prince, our other leaders who are here, my good friend Tony, who we've known for some time, thank you for championing this issue on behalf of the legislature, and certainly these findings, I hope, will help our governor shape any legislation that he believes is important and that he and his team will bring forward as we move into the 2020 legislative session. Joel, thank you for being here representing GMA. I know that you're going to keep us abreast of what's happening during our meetings, during the executive committee meetings and so forth. And Gary, thank you for what you do in the Department of Education. This is a unique conversation for you to be a part of. I've been asked by Chairman Gary also to give an invocation during this time as well, and I want to do that. Once again, welcome to Augusta. Representative Prince did the soft sale. If you're here, you eat here. If you're here, you stay here. If you're here, you spend money here. And if you're here, do take an opportunity to come across the top of the Riverwalk here, and you can walk across to the Georgia Cyber Innovation and Training Center that's on the Nathan J. Deal campus. This is what you all have helped make possible, and we're very fortunate to do that. Would you bow your heads and pray with me? Eternal God, it is you who we seek for wisdom, for guidance, but also understanding. You have told us that love is the greatest thing. While we may love what we do, we have to begin with loving you and loving precious others. This is a conversation that you have allowed to take place. For surely you have told us that justice must be rendered for all. But today, Lord God, as you give these lawmakers, as you give these educators, as you give these community partners wisdom, may you direct them that they seek solutions that are under your sovereignty, that will cause our nation, our state, and our cities from which we come to be better and not bitter. We thank you for this, and this we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for welcoming us to God's country, Augusta, Georgia. And I do want to let you know we're taking advantage of the hospitality and the hotels, and we're looking at, we saw the crawfish signs and all that stuff, reminisce of Savannah, Georgia. So we're going to take advantage of that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may mention one more thing, I would be remiss if I didn't do this. One of the world's largest Ironman competitions is taking place this weekend, Ironman 70.3. Many of those participants, in fact, it's grown every year, just like our AFCA TechNet conference. They're going to be staying, many of them in the hotel right across the walkway here. But you are more than welcome to be a part of that through this weekend. We just completed the Hearts in the Hearts International Festival, where people from across this world showed up here in the city of Augusta. And you're welcome to, again, be here and then see the competitors, some of the world's best competitors right here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I ran into a few of those Iron Men at the hotel. I do want to recognize also, we have Representative Sheila Nelson here, and thank you so much. We were in Savannah yesterday. You made your way back to Augusta. Thank you so much for for being here. And as we get ready to get started, I do want to let our panel, our committee members, if they can introduce themselves, starting on the left, those of you that are here on the left.
Hey, Kit Cummings, founder of the Power Peace Project based in Atlanta.
Tony Jones, Georgia Department of Human Services.
Beverly Trotter, Director, Sedalia City.
Bill Hitchens, I'm the chairman of Public Safety and Homeland Security in the Georgia House of Representatives.
I know to the right, our good host, Representative Brian Prince. I'm Representative Carl Gilliard.
I'm Joel Wiggins with the Georgia Municipal Association. Good morning, I'm Gary McGivney with the Georgia Department of Education.
Well, let me say thank you all for taking time to come on today. We started in Atlanta, Georgia. This is a House Resolution 585. It is preventive. Our focus is definitely to try to get something submitted that is that's going to help Georgia move forward in reference to breaking the cycle of youth gangs and violence. This is our third meeting. As Representative Prince said earlier, we had a lot of great information from GBIs to the different programs that are available across the state. I know we can't reach the whole gamut within 5 meetings, but we sure are trying to get as much as we can. This is important. Georgia does have a problem. 71,000 identified gang members is a problem. So on today, I want to cut to the chase. We are going to focus on our school system. And I know that Superintendent Richard Woods could not be here, but Gary is here, our doctor is here to represent and give us some information on the real issues that we're facing in the school system and what they're doing in reference to preventing the next possible casualty. Thank you so much, Doc.
We do have a PowerPoint if we can arrange that. Chairman, it's worth waiting for.
Right. Let me say this while we're waiting. You know, we have until December the 1st. We take this as a privileged opportunity. I do want to thank our speaker for giving us the opportunity to form this much needed committee. And so hopefully, as we continue to go into the 2020 season, we'll see something tangible that we'll recommend. But we're looking forward to your presentation.
There you go.
You have a clicker?
Is that the only screen?
If that works out. Is it moving? You talk. Until we get it right out. You talk, I'll drive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and other members of the committee. I'm Gary McGivney, Deputy Superintendent, Georgia Department of Education in the Office of School Safety and Climate. Prior to going to the Department of Education, I worked in the school system, Mr. Chairman, with 145 schools and over 100,000 students. I was the hearing officer for over 15,000 student discipline hearings. That's right, 15,000. I was administrator over the largest school police department in the state of Georgia. We had 75 officers, detectives, and we did 3 K-9 units. I was over student services, alternative education, With school safety, I've testified in juvenile court, state court, superior court, and in federal court. So what I bring to you today is not just a lot of facts, but also a good bit of experience working in this area. We had 21 high schools, and at one time we had gang members in all 21. But with the help of the community and parents and Boys and Girls Club and other entities like that, we were able to reduce the number of gang members in the schools, making gang membership less attractive. Not as the mayor said, Mayor Davis said, by using a hammer. We work with those students and we work with those parents. To put it in context, the presentation today, I want to point out a few things from the National Institute of Justice. The large majority of youth who join a gang do so at a very early age, from the age of 11 and 15 years of age. That's a surprise to a lot of people. A surprise to a lot of parents. Joining a gang is part of a life course, as the National Institute says. So we have to understand the risk factors that are part of that life course. Strong families and those that support families are a major protective factor in preventing youth from joining gangs. Communities, and you see not just schools, should be regarded as a valuable resource in this effort. And one thing that a lot of people do not understand and don't not realize, Mr. Chairman, is a positive school climate is a protective factor for our youth. I think it's important to point out the research is done by Howell and Eglin said research has shown that race is not a risk factor for joining gangs. They found out instead, as you mentioned earlier in the press conference, recruitment in gang is influenced by compounding factors such as poverty, family issues, school issues, and others, and also individual characteristics. Next slide. So let's look at some data that is Georgia's data. The Georgia Department of Education has a student data information system for all school systems to use. And we do have a category for schools to report gang activity. And the definition of gang activity is the same definition you'll find in Title 16. So the last 3 years, these are the number of gang-related activities or violations in Georgia schools. You can see the last 3 years, Mr. Chairman, hasn't very, very much. So let's look at a longer-term view. Going back several years, you can see we're heading in the right direction, even though we have a long ways to go. And you may ask, well, what happened between 2013 and beginning of 2017? And as you know, it's difficult to find causation. We can talk about correlation, but it's difficult to find causation. But we do know these things, that the graduation rate has increased, the number of students dropping out of school has decreased, the number of schools implementing positive behavior interventions and supports, which I'll talk about more later, which improves school climate, is now up to 1,300 schools. So we have seen a dramatic increase in the number of schools focusing on improving school climate. I'm not here to say those are causing the numbers to go down, but I am telling you there's a correlation. If we see the correlation over a longer period of time, then we begin to wonder if there is a causation. We've also, during that same period of time, seen more community involvement in schools, and we've seen more organizations become more involved in working with schools. So there's a lot of activity taking place that may account for these numbers going down. Here's the breakout of urban, suburban, and rural. And this is from 2019, but if you go back all the way to 2013, the percentages do not change very much. From year to year, they may change a few percentage points, but not significantly. And I don't think this is any surprise to anybody. But it goes to show, Mr. Chairman, that this is a problem that reaches all the communities and all the schools. So what do we look for? Depending on the community and the gang identifiers, it can change because you're looking at fads and trends sometimes. However, there are some common gang identifiers in schools that can include and are limited to the following, and I won't read all those to you, but I will point out those these are the things that we ask schools and caution schools to look for. The clothing, the tattoos, the graffiti, hand signs, handshakes, signs on notebooks, and other material at the school. I will add this, you see the signs at the bottom there on the bottom right-hand corner. When I worked in the school system, if we saw those on notebooks, we took up the notebooks, but also we spent more time talking to the family than we did to the student. And many times when we took those notebooks or whatever it was home to the family, the parents had no idea what all that meant. And many of them had no idea that their child was even interested in going to gang. And I went to one house one time, just a quick story. I talked to the mother of this child, a girl who was involved in gang activity. She had no idea what to look for. She had no idea what her daughter was doing. And I said, well, have you looked in her room? Talked to her about this. And she said, well, I never go in her room. She said, is it okay for me to go in her room? I said, well, why don't we go in her room now if you don't mind? And Mr. Chairman, we went in her room and gang graffiti was all over the room. It was even on the walls. And the mother was shocked. But to make a long story short, she became more engaged in their child's life, enrolled her in some community activities, Boys and Girls Clubs as it was, and headed off what could have been a bad outcome by just intervening early in the situation. And the school's role was simply to bring it to the attention of the parent. And that's the most important thing we can do. So recognizing signs, more and more gang activity, you can pick up some of that in social media outlets. Gang involved often highlight their activities through social media now. And some school systems use social media screening to identify students who may be suicidal or maybe at risk of self-harm. Some of them are now looking to see if there's any gang activity. Chicago Public Schools, they added that to their review of social media and were able to reduce the number of gang activities and number of gang members in the schools by just monitoring social media significantly. Things to monitor in addition to social media could be students who assume leadership roles to find out who they are. Not to expel them, find out who they are and have a conversation with them. In the school system I worked in, Mr. Chairman, we had, like I said, 21 high schools, and we decided to do something about this being the gang problem. So we met with all 21 principals and said, you can find out who the leader is. And you know how you find out who the leader is? You ask the students, and you can find out who the leader is. So let's do that. Let's go through this process, find out who the leader is, and you as the principal have a conversation with that person. Have a conversation with that child's parents. And let's just see where that goes. Let's reconvene and see what did we learn from that. Because many times, in fact most of the times, the leader is a student who seldom, if ever, gets into trouble, but wields a lot of influence. So we had those conversations, and what we tried to do, and I'm not being naive about it, we tried to redirect their leadership. So those students that were attracted to this person had other opportunities to be engaged in the school. And the number of gang members started to decline at that point. Creating relationship. Mayor Davis mentioned that as well. Creating relations, getting to know our students. They'll tell us what's going on in the school if we ask them to give an opportunity to. And if they trust us, they'll tell us what's going on in the school. Otherwise, they won't tell us and we're operating in the blind. And that goes back to the importance of a positive school climate. That they feel like they're welcome in school and they feel like they're part of the school. And believe me, I've seen stuff that I don't even want to tell you about it, so I'm not being naive. I'm not being Pollyannish. I'm telling you what's possible. But I'm telling you what's possible is not easy. Sometimes you have to swallow what you think you know and be open to what you need to know. I can't emphasize enough the coordination of information sharing between law enforcement and school administrators. You cannot approach this alone, and you cannot expect law enforcement to do everything. You have to work together. And these are a list of questions that we encourage schools and law enforcement, when they do come together, they need to ask each other these questions. Are there just a few students creating a problem? Who are they? What's the level of their intervention? Are there gangs on the campus? Are there gangs off the campus? Are they coming together? Something that you're calling gang-related isn't really gangs. Because we have a tendency, and it's only human nature, Mr. Chairman, we characterize behavior. Sometimes our reaction to somebody's behavior has more to do with why we think they did it than what they actually did. But what if you're wrong when you characterize the behavior? So being aware of that leads you to other paths that you may be able to follow that leads to solutions instead of remedies. Out-of-school suspension is a remedy. It's not a solution. And we do that we do a lot of the remedies because it's difficult to find solutions sometimes. But here's the difference. If you believe, like epidemiologists believe, that every behavior there's a cause for every behavior, and they do not occur randomly, then you can find patterns and clues. You can find out what's causing that behavior, but that takes time. But it's worth taking that time to do it. There are best ways, best practices, identify, document, and respond to gangs through the school environment. Is create a process that begins with awareness, develops active collaboration, addresses specific gang behaviors, establishes school safety and crisis planning that includes social engagement. And probably the most important on the list is creating a positive school climate. So what is school climate? If I ask you to think about your high school, right now, if I asked everybody in the room to think about your high school, you wouldn't be thinking about math and science and social studies. Your entire memory, 100% of your memory of your high school is school climate. And it stays with you for a lifetime. It's either a positive recollection or it's negative. That is the school climate. And that's what we're talking about. More precisely, we're talking about the experience of school life, which is norms and goals and values and social interactions, learning practices, etc. But school climate is foundational to the success of a school. It's foundational. It's not just a checklist of something else to do. It's foundation. If you have a negative school climate, you put as many programs as you want to solve problems, and they're not going to work. Because a negative school climate is foundational to the problem. Bullying, you have a negative school climate, you bring in an anti-bullying program, it's not going to work because you haven't dealt with the incubator, the cause of the bullying in the first place, which is a negative school climate. It sets the tone for the environment, and research shows, and our business experts know this too, a successful business is based on the climate of the workplace. If you're going to keep valued employees, they need to feel like they're valued. They need to feel like there's an exchange of ideas. They need to feel safe and secure. School's no different. Research shows a positive school climate lowers dropout rates, increases high rates of student achievement, and decreased instances of violence, fewer out-of-school suspensions, and reductions in referrals to juvenile court. One of the strongest supporters of positive behavior interventions and supports, which improves school climate now, is juvenile judges in the state of Georgia. They speak up on behalf of school climate, the importance of school climate, and the importance of PBIS. And look at the research here, Mr. Chairman, other committee members. A positive school climate is critical to overall school safety. And a powerful study from the RAND Corporation said a negative school climate is the only school characteristic that consistently correlates with school violence. A study released just recently, I'm talking about August of this year, Child Trends, quoting here, Dr. Timken, preventing school violence requires an investment in building a positive school climate. We want to prevent gang activity. We want to minimize gang involvement. We have to start with the foundation, Mr. Chairman, of improving school climate. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And if it does happen, it won't last. It's not sustainable. So how do we improve school climate? We have adopted positive behavior interventions and supports in the state of Georgia because it's research-based. It's the framework that research shows is the best for improving school climate. Now, I'm here to say that's not the only way to improve school climate, but the research shows that PBIS is the most effective way of improving school climate. It's a framework that maximizes the selection and use of evaluation, evidence-based prevention. In other words, you go into a school, the staff identifies the issues in the school, we look at the data in a different way, way, and they come up with some solutions. So it's not a canned program, because a canned program will not fit into every school. So it does focus on data, outcomes, practices, and the school as a system. In Georgia, you can see the key features of PBS there to clarify and define behavioral expectations, social and behavior skills, instruction. What we found, Mr. Chairman, research shows a lot of times behavior, and this is different thinking, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes misbehavior is because of a skill deficit, not an attitude. But we assign an attitude because we attribute the first thing that comes to mind. If a student is misbehaving, that's an attitude. If you think the child has an attitude, do you give them a second chance? Do you give them more time? What if you have another thought that, well, maybe it's being caused by something else? Your behavior is totally different to that child. So we're considering, and not making excuses for misbehavior. We're certainly not going to do that. What we're saying is when you go into a school and you see misbehavior, look for patterns and clues, but also look for other possibilities that's causing the behavior. The number one manifestation of poverty or hunger is aggressive behavior. The number one manifestation of tooth decay is acting out. And do you know this, Mr. Chairman? 20% of our third graders in the state of Georgia have untreated tooth decay.
What percent, sir?
20%. And you imagine going to work with a toothache. What is your behavior like? So we've increased the number of PBS schools in Georgia from 80 to 1,300 in 7 years. We still have 1,000 more to go, but we're moving in the right direction. But also, I don't want to imply that implementing PBS solves all your problems. Improving school climate solves all your problems. It will not. But it creates conditions so you can address problems. Or otherwise, in a negative school climate, you can't even address the problems. And you've been in enough schools to know when you walk into a school, you can almost sense the climate of the school, can't you? If you walk into a school and you smell the bathroom after you've just taken 5 steps into the building, what do you think the school climate's like? I can tell you then and there, Colonel, that you're going to have a lot of out-of-school suspensions, you're going to have high teacher turnover. That's school climate. The dirty school, unclean school, what do you think the suspension rate's going to be? And those kids are not going to feel like they're cared enough about, and they don't feel like they're protected enough. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to look for that protection. They're going to look for some affiliation, and that's where the gang steps up. So I've got something for you. In Georgia, PBS, you can see the standard here of school. We have several school systems in Georgia that over 90 to 100% of their schools are implementing PBS, and you can see the lower out-of-school suspensions and higher academic outcomes. On our website, because having resources available, technical assistance resources, Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, is very important. So on the DOE website, we have the Office of School Safety and Climate. You see the 3 primary categories: school safety, school climate, student safety and well-being. And you can click on each one of those, like it says there, learn more, and go deeper into that and find more information. So this will take you to the School Safety Resource Center, and you see those categories, including gang awareness information. If you want to learn more about gang awareness, and we find a lot of schools are going to these web pages, you can click on Learn More, and it'll take you to information about and resources about gang awareness. There's a couple I want to point out to you. This video, I don't know if you have seen this video, members of the committee, but it's worth watching. It goes into great details about the attractiveness of joining the gang, like the protective factor, feeling engaged, feeling like you need some identity. Another part I want to point out is on this page is the gang awareness training offered by Georgia Emergency Management Agency. If you go to the next slide, the GEMA gang awareness training examines the reasons why kids join gangs, how they're initiating the gang, some of the basic signs, and also it provides help to school administrators on what to do about it. So it's a very good training. Also, to let you know what else we're doing, Mr. Chairman, other members of the committee, every year we have the annual Safety in Our Schools Conference that's co-sponsored by the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, U.S. Attorney's Office of the Middle District of Georgia, and the Department of Education. And you can see the different training sessions there, but we always have a session on gang awareness. That's the annual part of it. So what else can we do? Gang prevention is based on early identification is very important, so we tell schools, again, to consult with local law enforcement, provide ongoing gang awareness, developing relationships between law enforcement officers and students as early as possible. I'm not talking about having a good communication protocol. I'm talking about officers going into the schools and interacting with students when they're young, so that the students know that the officer can be their best friend, that they can call on an officer anytime they want to. They can share information with the officer, develop a relationship with the students when they're young. That's powerful. That's powerful for staff to develop that relationship. It's powerful for volunteers to develop that relationship. It's powerful for law enforcement, fire, rescue, any service in the community. It's important for those relationships to be developed as early as possible. Our kids have to have an adult they trust. If they don't have an adult they trust, guess what's attractive to them? Gangs. You can come here. You can trust me. It's on us. It's on us to develop those relationships. It's not on the kids, it's on us. Just like the school climate, I tell people all the time, Mr. Chairman, students, children will never determine the climate of a school. That's on adults to determine the climate of a school. It's on us to make a school welcoming. It's on us to make kids feel like they're part of the school, to help them become engaged in school. That's on us. And you have discipline to handle the ones that doesn't work. We always have that. I'm not saying that will cure all the issues, but it's on us because we're missing a lot of kids by not doing that. Also, we can implement evidence-based gang resistance education and training. The GREAT program has been around for a long time. It's primarily for grades 4th through 7th grade, but you saw the gang membership was age 11 through 15. The GREAT program, I've seen it. We used it in the school system I worked in. It's very effective. Also, we can refer parents to the Parent's Guide to Gang brochure found on the National Gang Center website. It's very user-friendly. It can be printed out very easily. It can be presented to parents in a PTA meeting or in the church, mosque, synagogue. It's just awareness. What to look for. Utilize mentors. Again, and I'm saying it over and over again, on purpose. On purpose. We can't emphasize enough the relationship that children need to have with an adult. We can't say that enough. When being a team of school administrators, we talk to schools about this all the time, bring in a lot of people. You need to bring them in anyway to develop your safe school plan, which is required in state law for schools to have a safe school plan. You need to engage them in the development of a safe school plan, but while you're there, have these other conversations as well. The team can focus on the more difficult students. They can focus on what's really the challenging. They can be part of the PBS implementation team and also have a plan, and that can be part of your safe school plan. Get to know the students. Get to know the students. I guess I could have had one slide and one sentence, and it would have been get to know the students. So many problems come because we don't get to know the students. Determine each student's level of involvement in the school, but also if they are part of the gang, what is their level of involvement? Is it just cursory? Is it really deeply involved? We can find out. Because you're not going to approach them the same way. Establish a rapport with the students. We're talking about an ongoing rapport, not just periodic. We have a few recommendations because I know study committees like recommendations.
Yes.
So continue, and the legislature has been wonderful supporting PBS. Because of the legislature, we now have a school climate specialist in every RESA to help us with implementation of PBS, to help us with improving school climate. Continue to support the APEX program, which puts the mental health therapists in each of the schools. We're now up to, the HDD has now placed therapists in over 400 schools in Georgia. continue to support the mental health awareness and trauma-informed training because of the legislature. As a line item, we have trained 21,000 educators since last October. 21,000 on mental health awareness, trauma-informed. And guess what has happened, Mr. Chairman? We gave them a menu of 18 trainings to choose from, knowing that one training doesn't fit all. These school systems and these schools and these faculty members are going back because they want more training. I've had a teacher told me recently, with tears streaming down her face, she said, I wish I had known this earlier, because those referrals to the discipline office now will become a referral to the counseling office. That's power. That's power. We couldn't, these three, Mr. Chairman, we cannot do these three without the support of the legislature. You have supported these three, and these are the three strategies that are having impact far beyond what you'll ever really understand. Because these are at the student level. These are getting us to know our students, getting to know what their needs are, but also it helps us identify the skill deficits. Provide grants for the Second Step program, DFACS. Sponsors grants for Second Step program. Schools apply for the grant. The Second Step program has been around for a long time. It's a very effective, research-based, SAMHSA-approved violence prevention program in schools. They have found out anecdotally that the Second Step program works a little bit better in schools that are implementing PBS because the positive school climate is there and the intervention program is more effective. Provide more grants for the GREAT program. Some sources of strength is an upstream prevention program. It's very powerful, involves the community and the schools. VHDD and DFACS now have sources of strength in 60 schools. It'd be nice to have that in every school because it's upstream prevention. It's not waiting for something to happen, and our focus is on consequences, and it's research-based as well. Provide support for the development of social-emotional engagement practices where teachers are taught how to engage with students, and students learn social skills. They learn skills. Again, some of the skills that they may lack that is really tied directly to their behavior. Encourage schools to participate in United Way, Boys and Girls Club, Scouts, Georgia Family Connection Partnership, and others for after-school programs. Juvenile judges will tell you referrals to their court come from a lot of situations that occurred after 3 years. Between 3 and 6 is probably the most dangerous time for our children. Between 3 and 6 if they don't have something to do. Support programs that strengthen and support families. Because families, remember one of the very first slides said families is one of the most important, if not the most important protective factor. All these programs in Georgia focus on strengthening and encouraging and supporting families. Another recommendation that could be put together, but all the ones in that list up there, plus the other entities that we mentioned earlier, develop a gang prevention intervention resource guide for everyone. Not just parents, it's for all of us. A resource guide, because there's something, and here's the key to, here's a real important key that I learned when I was in Boys and Girls Club many, many years ago, and I still remember this. If you can convince everybody in the room they have something they can do, they'll do it. They're just waiting to be asked, and they're just waiting to see, what can I do? And if we don't tell them how they can help, then they feel like there's no contribution they can offer that's significant. We can do better. We can do better with that. So in closing, it's important to know it takes collaboration, all these entities. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you're certainly on the right track because all these committee meetings so far has been the focus on the collaborative impact of working together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. We're going to open up any committee members that might have any questions. Very good presentation and very in-depth. I'll say this, that we all have our hands full and it does take that collaborative, so thank you for what you're doing in the school system across Georgia. Any questions?
Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. My question goes to the teachers. Are they trained, and you mentioned, recognizing gang symbols, signs, and things like that. Are we training our teachers as a part of some type of orientation type thing to recognize these things? And
I don't know, there's not a statewide training for that. Some local school systems do that training for their teachers. And then, of course, the GMA gang awareness training is available for all school systems. And then the video that's on our website, there's some school systems that are showing that to faculty members because it covers the basics, but also if you listen, if you keep watching it, it gets into very detailed information about gang membership.
can I follow up, Mr. Chair? Just one. And again, it's just something I'm thinking, and I have a personal interest in this. I have a daughter and a son that in education. My parents are retired educators. But is there, have we ever thought about, or have you ever been in any discussions where, along with the Board of Regents, where teachers are certified, making not just gang awareness, but the mental health things that you have there, basically trying to prepare these teachers before they go in the school system. I know a lot of times people go in the school system and then they come right out just because they have to deal with a lot of stuff other than teaching. And I was just wondering if there's any conversation that maybe we start while they're doing their student teaching, while they're taking classes in college that deal with education, that some of these things are introduced.
We have had discussions with USG on that, and some of the institutions are doing that. And also, PSC and USG and the Department of Education, we now have an endorsement that any teacher can take on PBS and school time, and it includes a lot of the information we talked about today. As an endorsement has just been approved, and 3 universities offer that endorsement.
Thanks, Chairman. Very, very encouraged by the presentation and the wonderful stuff. One of the things that look like were a significant thing that you track is the year-to-year that gang-related activity violation and kind of seeing trends. What exactly falls under that? I mean, what does it take for a student to get a violation, and then is there a follow-up plan with them once they've now been tracked?
We follow the definition in Title 20 of the Criminal Code, the definition of gang involvement or gang incident. It's the same definition.
But just like a tattoo, is that a violation?
No, it has, if you go back to that very first slide, we can go back to that, but it lists, you have to be affiliated with somebody that has at least 3 members and has symbols and signs and other affiliations, that same definition. But what we look at too is, what is the accompanying charge? To say it was a gang-related violation, what does that really mean?
Right.
And typically the associated charge is either verbal harassment or fighting. It is related to verbal harassment or typically fighting. You see the gang-related charge put on the code.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes. And is there currently a follow-up with a kid that all of a sudden falls into that category?
The follow-up 100% of the time is with the parents.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Gary, thank you for such a wonderful presentation. And thank you for working with our teachers. 21 schools, over 15,000 students, that's a lot. My question to you today is kind of twofold. I want to talk about PBS, being a positive behavior intervention support, because in your presentation you talked about defense mechanisms, how sometimes we can mistake an attitude with a deficient. And you gave the examples about a tooth decay and how a kid would act out, and if they're hungry, how they would be aggressive. And you brought all that around and talked about a school climate. So my question today is, how much more important is the climate outside of that school, in a home for young people that will be attending these schools with those that don't understand those few things? Because when you made the presentation about the organizations that you partner with, I didn't see any CBOs, community-based organizations, as in grassroots. Those individuals who would spend maybe a lot more time with the kids outside of school, more than at home. So how can we make sure that those individuals are included in that puzzle to help? And I'll tell you why I asked that, because I worked in the juvenile and they use the same system. They use PBIS. So I'm thinking if they use it in the juvenile and in the school system, how can we, I don't understand.
Well, the first part of your question is the community climate and the family climate, and obviously they're protective factors, and we don't have as much control. We can have influence, but not any control. So the influence is, as you said, through the organizations that work with communities. So this answer is going to bleed into your second question too, where we do partner with local school systems to encourage them on how to partner with entities like Boys and Girls Club and some of the others. We work very closely with the Georgia Family Connection Partnership, which is the only state agency, quasi-agency, that has representation in all 159 counties. Georgia Family Connection Partnership has a coordinator in all 159 counties. So we work with Georgia Family Connection Partnership on those issues and what local school systems can do working with communities, because as I said earlier to the other question is, a lot of times people in the community just want to know what can they do. And we can offer them suggestions on what to do. What we're finding too, kind of anecdotally, was when we improve the school climate, some of that does start bleeding over into the community climate, because parents feel more welcome in the school. If there's a positive school climate, parents are welcome. Volunteers are encouraged. So where do they come from? Well, the parents obviously and the volunteers obviously come from the community, so there's some spillover. So we're seeing anecdotally some improvement in the climate of the community. So we do, and it's a very important point, is we have to engage with the community. And we have to do that as often as we can. And schools that are not doing that, it's to their disadvantage and ultimately the disadvantage of the students, because there's so much power and so much influence that they can gather by working with the community and those agencies that work with the community.
Doctor, I have a couple of observations. One is, I'm privileged to have a 13-year-old that's in the Chatham County school system that recently, according to my non-direction, I tried to direct her against coming into public office, but she is now the president of the Middle School Student Government Association. One of her first duties was the climate of the school, because I would think they were going to have a meeting, but she said our task today is that the officers are going to clean the bathrooms because the bathrooms are in a bad condition. I said, really? You're going to clean the bathrooms? And so, in our middle schools, we see the transition of young people, kind of getting involved. We see the changing of the guard in reference to those young adults becoming teenagers. But we're really faced with a big challenge that's when we're seeing a big transition of those young people going to gangs. Two questions. What's being done to train those teachers who are just coming into the workforce to teach, and now they've got to deal with a new culture that they don't know about, and how to deal with, I know you're doing training on looking at how we can recognize the symptoms, the signs, but this is a whole new culture that these teachers are not privy of. And then my second question is, I don't see a whole lot on the parent end, and I know that Colonel Hitchens talks about Parent University. In Savannah we have Michael Owens, Michael O'Neill. I've experienced going to a middle school meeting with the principal, and right next door in the middle school they had WrestleMania, where the parents came in and encouraged the young people to fight, and they practically tore up the school with one officer in the school trying to hold everything down. So what I'm saying is, we're facing a new epidemic of an aura of different types of behaviors. What are we doing with the parent end and with the teacher end to prepare them for that?
Well, from the department, we do have a parent engagement division. That's all they do, is work with school systems on how to engage parents. That's the entire responsibility for that
I'm gonna go a little untraditional. This is a new era. We're kind of robotic on the programs. Beverly mentioned CBOs. What can we do? Because there are things that I don't even know I'm experiencing as a parent, going into my daughter's room to find a bandana as a sign. The path through the schools, after school, that they're being initiated. I want to break it. My prayers with this committee is we all get uncomfortable and say maybe we can try something a little bit to the left to accent what we have in place. Because if we're robotic with the programs that we've already had, which are very good programs, and we've seen the decrease, but we're still seeing and experiencing the proliferation of violence. And then the last thing, we say this and add to it, there is not a rumor, but a truth that in our schools now, some of the schools are suppressing that there's violence or a gun that happens, and the teachers are saying, this is what my children are telling me, don't say anything about it because we don't want this school to have a bad name or to lose funding, etc. That's a big issue, and that's not a myth. That's going around in our school systems. We've got to do something about that. Our children are more expensive than to lose those children to the costs or the reputation of the school.
Well, I think it's important for you to know and for the public to know that we have the Georgia Student Health Survey that's administered to over 1 million students every year, and it's anonymous. And we look for inconsistencies between the reporting of discipline issues and the reporting on the survey of what parents, what students are telling us. For example, the middle school reports 5 bullying incidents for the entire year, but 25% of the students say that there's bullying taking place in the school. And then we have a conversation with that school system and say, can you tell us why you think there's a difference between the reporting and what students are saying? Now, there could be an explanation. For example, I'll give you one study that we did. It showed very few discipline referrals for bullying, but 23% of the students said bullying takes place. That seemed inconsistent. But then if you look at the data further, 95% of the students felt safe in school. Well, if you have 23% saying there's bullying, how could 95% feel safe? Well, if you look at the question said, I have a trusted adult to talk to, it was well over 90%. So probably what's happening is bullying taking place because you can't prevent everything. So they report it, and something happens. They intervene. But my point is, if you want to look at schools, and all this data is available to the public, Mr. Chairman, the school climate rating, the student health survey results at every grade level is available for the public. And you can look and see yourself if there's a disconnect between the discipline reporting and the student survey. And also, we have a parent anonymous survey and school staff anonymous survey. What we look for is differences between those 3 surveys and also the discipline reporting data. So we can discern if there's a school system that seems to be not reporting something, and there may be a reason why, so we make those inquiries to find out why. And I also want to try to convince you, Mr. Chairman, obviously my presentation didn't convince you, we're not doing the same old thing. We're really not. I mean, PIS and changing school climate, that's not the same old thing. The same old thing would be viewing discipline as binary. You behave, you stay, you misbehave, you're out. That's the old system. You're like Buckminster Fuller said, you want to change the system, create a new system, makes the current system obsolete. We're trying to create a system of inclusion and make the system of exclusion obsolete. If we do that, we will engage more parents. We'll engage more community members if we make that switch. That's creating a new system, and it's difficult to do. It's not easy to create a new system. And the training and the preparation of teachers, the USG and teacher preparation programs are going to have to make changes as well to create that new system.
Ms. Trump.
Dr. Gary, this is my last question, but I wanted to say I have a son. I have an 8-year-old He attends a public school and he is a male. Well, he's a male. So my question is, when he was in the second grade, so now he's in the third grade, but when he was in the second grade, he used to ride the school bus. So a couple of kids, older kids, because it's K through 8, he was 8 years old, 7 years old at the time. The older kids beat him up. It was 2 big boys and 1 girl. So I went to the school and I said, well, Miss Principal, what can I do? I don't want him on the bus. She said, well, I will address that. Needless to say, it never happened. So I started going to the school regularly. I would eat lunch with my son daily, breakfast every day, walk him to school, walk him to whatever I needed to do, come and sit in the classroom, do all these things. And then one particular day last year, there was a note on the front that said that I was no longer allowed, parents was no longer allowed to visit their children in the classrooms. You had to go through the Beacon, which I'm on that as well, but you also had to get permission from the teacher and the principal to go to the classroom. So I called the Board of Education and I said, well, what can I do? Because I would like to be a part of my son's education, and you're keeping me from doing that. She said the principals at the school have jurisdiction over whether or not they could let you in the school to see your son or your daughter or to even go to the classroom. This is even when you go to lunch. So my concern is that when you say we want parent involvement, and parents like me who go overboard want to be a part of that process, we're privy. We're not allowed to do as much as we want to do for our children. How can we address that when we talk about safety and climate with our young males?
Well, that's a good question, and really that's a local issue where they're trying, but you deserve an explanation of why they're doing that, and it could be a safety issue, it could be something they're concerned about, it could be the recommendation that somebody had for them to take another look at safety, but they should explain why they have that policy. I'm not saying it's good or bad or indifferent, but they need to explain why so parents will understand why. And also, they need to offer what are some of the exceptions to that, so parents can come in and observe their child in the classroom. So, but it's a local issue, but please understand, and I'm probably not telling you what you want to hear, but please understand there's a delicate balance between safety and accessibility.
I want you to meet my son. He's right there. I have to bring him with me because I can't leave him in the school.
Thank you all so much. Great presentation, and I want to thank you so much for giving us the information. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and prepare for our next presenters. If you would just be amenable for 5 minutes. We're glad to have with us on today the Boys and Girls Club of the CSRA. And with us on today is Ms. Christy Wallace, Ms. Terry Wright, and my good childhood friend who my father and his grandfather were best friends by ways of Savannah, Georgia, and now you all have him in Augusta, Mr. Darrell Brooks. We thank you so much for taking time to come out.
Hello and good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Terry Wright and I'm the Chief of Operations for the Boys and Girls Club. I've been with the organization for about 7 years. I taught school for about 7 years and decided to work with the Boys and Girls Club part-time. Once I saw what we actually do and the impact that we had on our children, I had no choice but to go full-time and join the movement. But real quickly, I want to go into our mission, our PowerPoint real quick. To inspire and enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. Our vision, to provide a world-class club experience that assures success is within reach of every young person we serve. And our purpose, to inspire and empower club youth to achieve success and champion opportunities to all young people in the Augusta River region. Within the past 10 years, some of our lows, 98% of our children graduate on time. We have had no teen parents, and all of our children have had no interaction with the juvenile court system. According to 2018 report, the Richmond County Sheriff's Office confirmed that there are over 100 gangs in the country, in our county, I'm sorry. Over 40 of those are actively seeking members and leaders. But why? Boys and Girls Club realized that this is an issue. From our research and our data, they join gangs for a sense of belonging. But why? What's missing? Two of our risk factors that we focus on, illiteracy and generational poverty. We've partnered with the Richmond County School Systems and the Innovation Academy. We have the OJP Mentoring Program, CSI Regional Commission Job Training, Project Impact, and Project Build are those partners we're focusing on this year. Previously, we've partnered with the Richmond County School System Alternative School, and now we're doing the mentoring program with Project Build and Project Impact, which are programs that run on Saturdays. This is something I'm real passionate about, so I'm gonna step away from the PowerPoint. I have a young man who I've known for 7 years. For the sake of privacy, his name is Sean. Sean has been one of my a thorn in the side. He's not a bad child, he's just in a predicament. Our office is located in a gang-infested neighborhood. He lives directly across the street from the administrative office. This young man will come in, his pants sagging, hood on, and he was just broken. Relationships, getting to know the child. Brandon, Sean, pull up your pants, take your hood off. We had to figure out how to reach this young man. He was doing poorly in school because we get access to the report card grades, the milestone scores, and attendance. He was not going to school, he was not performing well in school, and one day we just sat down and we talked. He gave me the background. It's several generations living in the house. He has to work. The mother isn't working. And he had to do something. He felt as though he was the man of the house. So we partnered with the school, tried to get him on track academically. Needless to say, work was more important than helping to support the family. So he dropped out. Me, my very persistent mom, he calls me auntie, still to this day, and I told him, you can't give up. You have younger siblings, you have younger cousins, children in the neighborhood that look up to you, and he walks down to the Boys and Girls Club every day. So we put him in the Performance Learning Center, and he had to work again. He lost his job where he was because he couldn't get to work on time. He didn't have transportation. So he lost his job, he quit school, and he was just down in the dumps. So we had a conversation with him, we paired him up with a couple of male mentors, and we just bombarded him with love. We surrounded him with resources. We employed him part-time at the club after school, so he wasn't so pressed to go out and work. So keep pushing daily. We're getting the report cards. We're going to PLC, fighting for this young man. In August, he graduated. I can't express the love I feel for this young man, and we fought for him, and we fight for all of our children. So with the Innovation Academy, these children in alternative program, they're focusing on the entire child. They provide wraparound services, and that's what we do. We have Serenity come in and do group counseling with our children, and with WellCare and Merit Group, if they have the Medicaid, they can have individual counseling and talk to the parents, counsel with the parents, and get to the root of the problem. Why is there generational poverty? Why can't these children read? You take a step back forward, because the parents can't read. If the parents can't help the children do their homework, how are they supposed to pass? So we have a grant, Community Foundation for Literacy, and we start with the root of the problem. We have to get the parents educated. The parents are going to have to be able to help the children. We provide resources for the parents to provide child care. We've partnered with Augusta Tech to help them get their GEDs. If they need access to a computer, they can come in the Boys and Girls Club, get the necessary information they need. We have a career closet to provide clothing, and we provide soft skills for the parents. So you have to get to the root of the problem in order to solve the problem at the top. We know it's gang violence, but we have to take steps back to find out what the real issue is. So we have parent involvement. It's a requirement every month that the parents come into a family activity. We have literacy night, we have math night, but without that relationship with the child, the parent can't help them. So this is what we do. We provide weekly mentors. We track the status, if there are any issues at school, if there are any issues at the house, if there isn't food, if there isn't light, if there aren't lights on in the house. We partner with EOA, we partner with DFACS, trying to get to the root of the problem and help these children. We track school attendance. Why are you not going to school? Well, I have to go to work. Graduation, hours of contact, we track all that information. And I'm very passionate about this. Every time I talk about it, I get a little choked up because these kids mean the world to me. We have over 1,000 kids in our after-school program, and we get to the root of the problem with all these kids. We address what their needs are, and that's the approach we take. Regional Commission, I'm gonna let Christy talk about the Regional Commission. This is something we've started this year, and it's a data tracking system for on-time graduation and college and career readiness.
Thanks, Terry. My name is Christy Wallace. I'm the grant writer at Boys and Girls Club. But for many of you who might have worked in the nonprofit world or the public sector, you know, we don't get to wear one hat. So in addition to writing the grants, I'm also going out to our clubs, to our partners to make sure we're doing what we say we're going to do. We take our jobs very seriously, and so when we get funding from our funders, we want to make sure that we do what we say we're going to do. Because we know that every dollar that we get is a precious gift, and every dollar that we get, we are really trying to impact the lives of these youth to do what Terry was saying with our mission, is to inspire and enable all youth, especially those who need us most, to become productive, caring, and responsible citizens. I think we're all three of us, and I would say probably 90% of the employees at Boys and Girls Club, we're so passionate about this because we were these kids. Dr. McGivney, you were saying that you were a Boys and Girls Club member. I was not. I wish I could have been. I was the kid who after school had nowhere to go. I grew up the west side of Jacksonville, Florida. As some people will remind me, it's actually the Northwest because the west side is a little bit better than the Northwest. I know where I grew up. We weren't allowed to leave our house because it wasn't safe. There were drive-bys. I have friends and people that I grew up with, they're no longer with us. And a thing like Boys and Girls Club, to come into a community, to offer a safe space to go to after school, a place for mentorship, it's invaluable. And I'm not just saying this because I work for Boys and Girls Club, there just needs to be a place. Dr. McGivney mentioned from the hours of 3 to 6, that's when your juvenile arrests are happening. You can look at statistics. Why? Because the kids have nowhere to go. I'm a former youth leader, and I will tell you, if you don't give kids something to do, they will find something to do. And it's usually not something that we would encourage. So before I talk about the Regional Commission, they have really empowered us to help extremely at-risk youth. In fact, these youth we actually had to go out and find because they were not already serving in our population, one of the 3,900 kids that we served every year. So we looked at, okay, what are the factors that are bringing these kids to join gangs? So, you know, there's the family risk factors, early on weaknesses in family structure, multiple family transitions, and poverty. We kind of talked about that a little bit already. Dr. McGivney talked about school climate as far as the school risk factors, and when kids have those skill deficits. Research shows by the OJJDP that poor school performance on math tests specifically are indicators and factors for especially young men to join gangs. Are those kids connected? Sometimes I think we expect kids to just know where to be connected, and we're really not getting to know them and knowing what are your passions. Do you even like football? They told you to go play football, but maybe you like tennis, or maybe you want to be in student government. Getting them connected in some way that really speaks to who they are as an individual. And then, of course, community risk factors, a greater level of crime in the community. So all of those risk factors, if a kid has one of those, two of those, that doesn't mean that they're going to join a gang, but the more and more risk factors that they have, the more likely that they are. And so all of the risk factors that I just talked about, those are the kids that we serve day in and day out. The Seans of the world, the Christies of the world. Daryl had, I think, a good family, so maybe not you, but maybe some of your friends. These are the kids we reach. Well, the Regional Commission, with a Workforce Initiative Opportunity Act, that was a federal funding source to provide in-school and out-of-school youth with work experiences and getting them ready for career development. They approached us and they said, we want you to apply for this funding. We know that you guys are already doing this post-secondary assessments, that you're already prepping these kids, so we would like you to handle the in-school youth portion. And we said, okay, we're gonna do this. We got our little grant writing hats together and we're like, we're gonna do this. And then we're like, wait, these kids that they're asking us to serve, we gotta go out and find them. Because they wanted kids who either already had a juvenile a record, maybe they were already a teen pregnant, their parents were incarcerated or they were in the foster system. This is the problem that we had because our kids, we're already offering all these services to them, so they don't meet those criteria. Because like Terry said, 0% of our kids have become teen parents, 0% have entered the juvenile justice system. So we were thinking, okay, who in our community can we reach out to? And we came across a group home that's out in Hephzibah, Georgia, still part of Richmond County. And these kids, they need a lot of love, and they overwhelmingly met this criteria. So currently we have 5 kids enrolled in this Regional Commission partnership. I will say one of them just became a teen parent not after he joined us, but before. And so every other week he has to go down to Savannah so he can see his child according to the court-appointed advocate. There's another one who is wearing an ankle monitor. You know, these are kids that we don't really even see in our own clubs. But what we have been able to do with them is to really get in front of them, get to know them. I know that student A, he is exploring his individuality and who he wants to be, and he wants to be a hairdresser, like a legit hairdresser. So he has a little model with his little hair, and he likes to take his curling iron and curl her hair, and you go, boy. So we're empowering him to follow those dreams, reaching out to our community partners. Who do we know that's owns their own salon? Who do we know that is a barber? How can we get him plugged in so he knows the right way to go and get his dreams? We know that 2 of the boys, they want to work in a kitchen. And I said to them, okay, you want to work in a kitchen. How are you going to pay your light bills working in the kitchen? And they're like, well, we don't know. I'm like, well, do you know what the hourly rate of somebody is who works in a kitchen? I'm like, you want to be a chef. You want to be a manager. You can still work in the kitchen, but let's get you empowered so that you can be self-sufficient. One of them wants to be a public speaker. He wants to go and be on ESPN. And I'm like, okay, well, how do they start out at ESPN? Do they just start out by being on SportsCenter? No. So we have to prep them. So we reach out to our partners and we reach out to our local news stations. And so then there's a pathway to success. So as part of our Regional Commission, we have created a pathway to progress for very at-risk youth, where it starts getting to know them. We don't just immediately place them out into the public with a job. We know that that would be, an epic failure. It wouldn't be a good thing for us. It wouldn't be a good thing for them. We really are taking our time. So we have 9 weeks where we're just really delving into them. They're getting to know us, that they can trust us because they've had all these family risk factors. I mean, heck, they're in a group home. They don't even have any parents, not even a foster parent. So how can they trust us when they've never been able to trust anyone in their lives? And it's hard work. It takes a lot of time. I know the regional commissioner are like, well, we want to see you guys serve more kids, and we want to see these results. These results aren't going to happen overnight. We are not going to get my little hairdresser friend to beauty school and graduate it overnight. It takes a lot because the system has failed them. And not just one system, not just their parents, not just the school, not just the police department, not just the community. The whole system has failed them because we have not made it a priority to create these safe environments for these children along and along and along. So for us at Boys and Girls Club, that is our priority. We will do whatever it takes. That's our motto for Boys and Girls Club for this year, whatever it takes to build great futures. So if that means going to our partners and begging for more resources, that's what we'll do, because we know that we cannot sit idly by. These kids have to have actions, and it has to happen now, because the results are just, we can't afford them. You know, these kids aren't graduating high school, so then what are they doing? They're out on the streets getting into trouble. They're going into the prison system where they're not bringing anything back to society that is good. They're becoming parents that then send their kids to school not ready. So then those kids, in turn, are kids who aren't performing academically well, and they're going back into the system and making the same mistakes. There's no one easy answer to these problems. So we, together with our partners, are going to do whatever it takes to attack it in a multi-generational way, where we are working with our legislature, we are working with the Georgia Department of Education, we're working with our local government, we're working with the United Way, the school systems, because you were right, you were saying it's got to be a community approach. We have to get the answers, and we have to do whatever it takes. That being said, we have a couple of great projects that we're doing. If you haven't visited our Boys and Girls Club here in Augusta, you should. It's amazing. We're offering some Saturday sessions as well, because our kids don't just not have somewhere to go after school, but on the weekends. The weekends they're getting into trouble because mommy and daddy, either they're not home for whatever reason, or they're working, and they're bored. So we are providing a safe place for them. We have local partners who are doing interesting things like Project Impact that's serving high school boys. There's a licensed therapist there that can give them the counseling that they need. Financial literacy, that's a huge component. We're doing that with the Regional Commission grant as well. If you don't know how to budget, if you don't know how to write a check, it's real hard for you to be successful. We can say, oh, let's go get you a job, or let's get you into college, but if you don't know how to prepare for your future financially, you're going to fail every time. And I can say that because I'm almost 40 and I'm just learning how to manage my finances. Impact Connectors. So they have weekly contact time with their mentors. You have to get to know your kids, but you have to get to know them on a regular basis. So our mentors have weekly contact with them. Hey, little Johnny, how are you doing this week is not going to cut it. It's, hey, Johnny, you were saying you got mad at your mom and yelled at her last week. How did you handle that? How are you going to resolve that? And so the following week, hey, Johnny, how was your relationship with your mom this week? How did football go? You broke up with your girlfriend. I'm so sorry to hear that. How is that making you feel? So these mentors are creating real impact. There's tutoring, because as Dr. McGivney says, if there are school deficits, that's going to equal behavior problems. You know, if you go to a first or second grade class, you can look to see who's struggling with math and reading, because that's the kid who's talking too much, who's throwing spitballs, who may be sitting at by the teacher's desk. I was that kid. I was always by the teacher's desk, and I thought it was great because she must have liked me a lot. I didn't realize it was because I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing. And I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing, not because I didn't want to, but I wasn't prepared. I didn't have pens and papers in my backpack because my dad just didn't want to give me a pen and a paper in my backpack. We barely have money to keep the lights on. So the last thing we're worried is a pen and a paper and a backpack. So we are giving private tutoring to these kids so that they are prepared, so they're on level with their peers, so they can feel confident that when they're in school and the teacher says, hey, little Johnny, tell me what 2 + 2 is, they don't have to be scared that someone's going to judge them because they don't know. Group debate sessions, learning how to have positive peer interactions without having to like go into an all-out fight or calling someone stupid or names or whatever. These group debate sessions really teach our kids how to have these positive interactions, how to be in a workplace setting without feeling threatened if someone gives some criticism. I don't know if any of you have ever worked in a workplace where you've had to receive criticism. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. How can I do my job better? But if you don't know how to receive that criticism, you get defensive all of a sudden, and then you're just hating everyone. It's the same thing for our kids. We have to be able to critique them and tell them, what they're doing good, where they can have improvement. But if they don't know how to receive that and they don't know that that's done in love, they just get angry and they act out and they fight. Another thing is Project Build. Project Build serves the middle school boys. So we have the Project Impact for our high school kids, and then we have Project Build for our middle school boys. Same thing, and the really cool thing about Project Build, it's been going on for a long time, it's super successful. These kids are committed to bettering themselves, and the community members that are coming in to mentor them get just as much out of it as they put in. Mentoring is one of our key components to success. The Shawns of our organization, these kids who have these great success stories, it happens because of relationships, especially through mentoring. And I'm going to introduce Mr. Brooks here. He's going to tell you a little bit about what we do to help these, especially the boys, become men.
Thank you, Chris. I would tell y'all a good story before I start quickly about Representative Gilliard and my grandfather and his father, but I won't do that. I'm just throwing it out, so you'll ask him about it later. Anyway.
If it's bad, how about giving it to me?
We'll talk. I really appreciate the opportunity of being here with. We have a great admin and great staff working with the Boys and Girls Club. It's truly been an amazing thing for us. A great opportunity. We've been there all our lives, from childhood up until I saw my kids grow through the club as well. And I started working in the school system because, again, I want to be with my children to see them grow up. And when they went to the Boys and Girls Club, I didn't have a choice. The unit director at the time that I was working with said, you're going to work here because your kids are here. And so I was there working with them. And then when I moved here to Augusta, I just felt led to come back and make a difference. And so one of the programs that we have for them is called Passport to Manhood. And going to be brief, we have just give you some of the facts about Passport to Manhood. It's a rite of passage program that we have for our young boys from the ages of 8 to 12 and also from 13 to 17. The goal is to teach and to promote responsibility, reinforce positive behavior, develop character in adolescent males. Why? The passage from boyhood to manhood is challenging, requiring adolescent males to understand and manage many issues and transitions. Passport to Manhood addresses the critical issues that young men face during this time, such as ethics, decision-making, wellness, ideas about fatherhood, employment and careers, cooperation and conflict, diversity, relationships, and self-esteem. Now the what? Passport to Manhood is a 14-session program that we do that concentrates on specific aspects of manhood through highly interactive activities. Each club member participates in is issued their own passport to underscore his personal journey of being, coming from maturity from the adolescence to a mature young male. And it helps them to basically write down or journal their growth. And so here, this is a copy of basically one of the examples of our passport. They sign their name, they have a certificate in, and once they go through each session, at the end of the program, we have a graduation ceremony for them that completed. They have to complete it. You know, you can't come in once or twice. But the one thing that we do, we interact with them. It's about building healthy relationships. When we talk about childhood coming in, I grew up without my father, so when we talk about that, my grandfather a lot of times was that male. We had that in our area, but we grew up during a time where Savannah was really, we had the highest murder rate, in the state. And so, there was not really a choice for our young men, or even for myself. You had to either choose, you're going to be in this particular group, you're either going to sell drugs, or you're just going to, what are you going to do? We wouldn't have a choice, but, those of you see, Carl, myself, Representative Gilliard, we took a stand. It was like, on my block, every male in every house in 2-block radius was in a drug or gang group. And I was the only male on my block that said, at the age of 16, the decisions you make today will affect you for the rest of your life. And it was hard, but we made that choice. And so with the passport of manhood, I'm very passionate about it because I see here in Augusta those young males. I've talked with a lot of those young kids that have come through our clubs that have been a part of gangs. And it's giving them something to hope for. And it's not so much the program. The program works if we do it. But the thing is, a lot of times, if the individuals working the programs are not passionate about it, we lose our children anyway. So you have to be passionate about what you do. And that's what they see, because they can see a phony a mile away. And so when we're in there, it's a lot of the programs that we have with Passport to Manhood. They have to finish the sessions conducted each week. Each week is an activity that's must be completed. We have 30 to 45 minutes, but I really take my time. Again, the passion. Sometimes they have to come and say, Mr. Brooks, we got to rotate. You got to get them out. Because I'm in there. Really, I believe in what we're doing. And just to tell a story, I had one child, a teen, again, won't say his name. And this young boy was in a gang. And he gave me the business every time we got together. And then at the same time, I was one of the youth counselors in the teen center. So I dealt with all those males. And he gave it to me. Not only when we did Passport to Manhood, but he gave it to me. And one day I just pulled him aside and said, listen, let me just tell you where I come from. Let me tell you what I had to do and how I had to make it. And I don't know what you're facing, but let me tell you, you don't have to be a statistic. You can make it through this. And I said, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not here to question you. I don't care where you've been or what you've done. I want you to know that I'm going to be that ear that you can talk to. Whatever happened in the streets, whatever happened in your home, listen, if you want to pull me aside, you want to have a sidebar, listen, that's what I'm here for. Just let me know. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help you. And so in time, I begin to allow him to come and take on leadership roles. You want to be a leader in the street? Let's rechannel that. And so he began to work with me. He became my assistant when we would do Passport to Manhood. And then now, every now we would come in, he'd be like, hey, let's get it together when the other kids are acting up. And I'm like, okay, you got this. You want to run the class today. So allowing them to be a part of their own success instead of telling them, this is how you have to do it. No, you have to allow them to again, Passport to Manhood is to make that journey. It's a rites of passage, Back in the day, the rites of passage where they would send you out in the street and tell you, go ahead, you have to go through this journey. From the Indians to Africans, they had that rites of passage for the child. They had to literally go out sometimes in the woods and survive in a certain amount of time and come back. And so they take this journey. Some of the sessions, I'm going to read it quickly. We have sessions for the understanding manhood, self-esteem and identity, values of personal decision-making, academic success, healthy lifestyles, responses to authority, relationships with girls. That was a hard lesson. Yeah. Fatherhood and family, employment and careers, diversity, cooperation, conflict, personal relationships, and community responsibility. And then we have the graduation. One thing I want to say quickly with this, one of the greatest lessons I had was when we dealt with peer pressure, when I talked with the young men. and dealt with the peer pressure. But then the next lesson went into the difference between fathers and sons. And you would be amazed. We know the statistic. Many of them didn't know their fathers. And so that lesson, I had to kind of just go in because, again, my father wasn't there. I had my grandfather, so I could relate to them. And I met my father years later, and I had to build a relationship. So I had to really, we have to, again, the systems are in place. We talk about all these things being here. But again, we have to make sure, and one of the things that the Boys and Girls Club make sure that their career professionals, their youth development specialists are qualified. We go through rigorous training with them. We're doing our onboarding training now where we're taking and weeding out those who really don't want to be there. You can't just come to the Boys and Girls Club looking for just a job. If it's not your passion, you won't fit into our family or our flow, because the kids are the most important thing that we have. That's our commodity. That's our source. That's our value. That's our worth. They represent our future. And if we can't help change them, or at least guide them to changing, then the system, no matter what we do, it's going to still be there. And our motto is sometimes one child at a time, one cow. If we can touch one, that one can touch one. And if we can bring the change. So it's up to us. And we thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to working with you all, with all your leaders. We thank you for what you're doing here. And I'm looking forward to the success of the change. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And as you're concluding, let me thank you for your passion and your journey with our young people. 1,000 young people, that's a lot of people. So thank you so much. Anyone have a quick question before we have we're going to take a little 3-minute break before DFAX comes up to get ready. Does any of the committee?
I think that it's important. Mr. Brooks, what he said about what you said about the rites of passage, we need that. And the reason why is because we have young people who do believe that they must die or go to jail. They believe that. So I think that what the Boys Club is doing in terms of the rites of passage is great and muchly needed. But I do have a quick question. That question is, Boys and Girls Club can't do it all. They cannot do it all. It is impossible. So inside the Boys and Girls Club, who else is there? Who's talking about gangs? Who's talking about youth violence? Is it actually coming out is what I would like to know. I think the rites of passage, you're on it. That is going to work and be very successful.
Okay, one part, again, going through that, one part that we do have, we have partnered with the Passport to Manhood. We have mentors, and we're connecting with community leaders from, I've contacted even from Supreme Court judges here. Our marshal here in the city has come, and we've done tours with them, allowing them to see a positive side of law enforcement. So we have other people coming in to talk and to share with them, and we take them on field trips. We have one of our board members works with the airport, and he's even he said, listen, if you have any young men that are interested in flying or interested in becoming airplane mechanic, so we take them to places like that, giving them, seeing them another opportunity. And so we open our doors to other organizations to come in and have group sessions as well as one-on-one time with them. So that it's not just us doing it, but we're open to any organization that can impact our children in such a way.
One thing we did add was Young Life. We partnered with Young Life, and a great deal of issues with schools. We took away the morality. We've had Young Life that come in and they talk with our kids, and positive decision making. You can do this and make the correct decisions, make the right decisions without worrying about what your parents are going to think about you. We also partner with Chosen. We have someone that looks like our children that can speak life into them. So again, we have the outside community-based organizations. We have young men or men that look like our children to stand with them And I think that's what they need. They have to have that person. They have to have the Mr. Brooks, because it's hard for me to relate to Christy, even though we have the same background. We're sisters. It's hard for a child to relate to someone that doesn't look like them. So we can definitely make sure that we put those positive individuals in place with our children and speak life into them.
Thank you all so much.
Well, I was just also going to say, to add to that, you were asking, do we talk about the gang violence with our kids? We do, because, I mean, just last summer, one of our kids, his brother was killed. And so this is a reality for our kids that we can't avoid. We talk about it. They talk about it with us. We provide them a space to really flesh out their feelings. This time last year when that happened, I walked in to give a tour from United Way Partners, and the brother of that child and some of his friends, they were in our sound room laying down beats, to talk about their feelings with that. And what really stuck out to me was, and I didn't know at the time that had happened. I mean, it was super fresh, like it just happened like 12 hours before. And I walked into the sound room and I was like, oh, what are you doing? And they were telling me like, oh, we're gonna record something. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, what are you writing? What are you recording? And he said, well, his brother was just killed. Of course, to me, that's tragic and it's sad, but what stood out to me the most, it was so flat on them, because this is common for them. It's not like this knee-jerk reaction for us when we hear something like this. This is their daily life. So yes, we do talk to them. We'll be having assistant district attorney coming in and talking to them about what that means if you continue on this path. In addition to the other ways that we're talking about, the pathways to success and out, we do have to talk about the reality of you're going to die if we continue on this path.
Well, thank you all so much for your time and your passion, and we look forward to continued growth with our young people. Thank you so much for your service. Just a quick 3-minute break as we get ready for Department of Family and Children's Services, and we'll be joining you in about three minutes. We're going to reconvene right now, and as we come back together, I want to thank Commissioner Crittenden, who's not here, but I know Ms. Jones is here on today. And what the Department of Family and Children's Services does is so important, and I do want to thank you all. Very impressed with the work that we do, not only in Chatham County, but across the state. So thank you so much, and I want to give the opportunity to welcome Ms. Kelly Beasley and Ms. Teresa Towery Hughes from the Georgia Department of DFACS.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And this is such a privilege to come before you today to share some of the things that we might have to offer through the Division of Family and Children's Services. I'm here on behalf of Director Rawlings. He is actually out of the state this week. And so I got the call and said, would you mind? And I said, absolutely. I'm always excited to talk about the work here at DFACS. So I am Kelly Beasley, as you mentioned. I cover a 14-county area with DFACS. It includes all the way from Augusta down to Jenkins and Screven and over in Wilkes, Lincoln, and Tolliver. So I have a large area. I've been with the division now going on 26 years, which is really, really exciting, and just absolutely love the work. So I'll dive right into it. With the Division of Family and Children's Services, our vision is safe children, strengthened families, and a stronger Georgia. I think that's something that everyone can absolutely get behind. Everyone in this room adds to that vision and helps us carry that out. Within our mission, we prioritize the safety of Georgia's children in all the decisions that we make. We partner with families on their path to independence to build a stronger community and be able to create caring and an effective response with those services. So I think it's been said over and over again, but I don't think there are any communities that are not touched by gang activity. Here you'll see just some local gang activity in the news. This was probably back within the last 4 weeks. So this is throughout the CSRA area and throughout my region. So it is large counties like Richmond and communities all the way down to small counties and touches Thompson and McDuffie and areas like that. So no one is exempt. So why do youth join gangs? I know there's been a lot of conversation around this, but just want to point out again, they join to establish a sense of connection. They join sometimes to redefine who they are. They may not even know who they are to begin with, but they're going in there trying to redefine or even define who they are. Peer pressure. We talked and heard a lot about that. In talking with some of my colleagues, I also hear family pressure. There are some times where parents or siblings are members of gangs, and so that's part of the family dynamic. Therefore, they are actually recruiting their own children, brothers, sisters, cousins. Many times youth have a desire to protect themselves and or their families. They have to do it. A lot of what we heard about before is if you don't have the fortitude to take the stand against this, you do it in order just to protect yourself or your family. And then making money. There is a financial incentive to be a part of a gang, unfortunately. So this is probably something you've heard over and over again, so I apologize to the committee, but just laying out the foundation. In Georgia, there are approximately 71,000 gang members. It's estimated that over 400,000 juveniles join gangs yearly. That's staggering. And then the estimated number of youth involved in a gang nationwide is over 1 million. So it's not just a Georgia issue, it is a nationwide issue. If we look at some of the risk factors for gang involvement, a lot have been touched on today. Some of the things that I want to point out specifically are around early initiation of violent behavior. We found, and we can see that domestic violence, whether that be between a parental role or whether that be multi-generational, anytime they're initiated or they're around violence, that can be a risk factor. Child maltreatment, obviously that's where we come into play. Many times that is a risk factor for gang involvement. Parent and child separation. How many times do we see some of our parents, for whatever reason, get caught up in the criminal justice system and they're in jail, things like that. That can set a child up, or that can be a risk factor for them to join a gang. A lot of the schoolwork, children that are school dropouts, that is a huge risk factor for children. Academic failure, lack of a school connectedness. Frequent school transitions. I found this one to be interesting because this is something, unfortunately, that our youth in foster care experience at no fault of their own, but when they are constantly having to change school environments and having to connect or reconnect with youth already set there, that kind of, they, again, don't necessarily have a connection. So a lot of times gangs are definitely something they gravitate toward. Delinquent siblings and peers, poverty, substance abuse, and then exposure to violence and racial prejudice. A lot of things that go into just our current society. As we look at gang involvement in the child welfare system, like I mentioned, frequently children who become gang affiliated have a history of involvement with our systems. Children who have been previously or are currently in foster care are at a higher risk. I don't think there's any magic in that. Again, they've been separated from their families, what they know, they're placed in a different setting, and they are, again, just trying to find that emotional connection. Children, we talked about, who witness domestic violence, and there's some links between gang activity and human trafficking. This is for a lot of reasons. One is because it's a financial motivator. We have children who not only predicate, who actually pimp out other children, but we also have children who, again, are very vulnerable and who might become victims of that sex trafficking. So that is a growing population that we serve within the division. So when we look at protective factors, what can we do to reduce gang involvement? What are some things? Parental involvement in monitoring, having that stable parent. And let me point this out. Parents can be parents that are traditional parents that gave birth or to these children, but they can also be caretakers, grandmothers, grandparents. There can be all different types of caretakers that are making that connection with our children. Family support is a protective factor when trying to reduce gang involvement. Coping skills, a lot of what I heard that you are providing there at the Boys and Girls Club, these are things that really give our youth an ability to be able to reduce that gang involvement or maybe be able to turn away from the lure of gangs. Academic achievement, and then of course reducing delinquency, alcohol, and drug use. So some community responses. Probably a lot of these y'all have heard, but I think it's really important to look at it from a community perspective. There is no one agency, no one program, no one person that can solve this. But as we look at some of the responses that we together can do to reduce gang recruitment, addressing elevated risk factors for joining a gang. I think part of that is just the education, just having these type of talking circles to really understand what that is. Strengthening families, and improving community level supervision of youth. That just doesn't have to be a law enforcement type of thing or a family thing. Or is again, I was just privileged to hear, and I'm just connecting so many dots with the Boys and Girls Club, giving kids a place to go, somewhere that is actually organized and they can actually tap into. Providing training to teachers and school resource officers on how to manage disruptive students. How many times do we have a situation where a child comes to school and is very much disruptive? They're expelled, and then they go home where mom and dad are working, and there is no supervision at that point. What can we do to keep kids in school at whatever level to be able to provide them with actually structured and monitored environments? Reviewing and softening school zero tolerance policies to reduce suspensions and expulsions. Ensuring that punitive sanctions target delinquent gang behavior, not necessarily gang apparel, signs, and symbols. I think that comes back to being able to allow youth to express themselves, to explore, but also really helping them understand that the gravity of what it is to really join a gang. A lot of kids, again, do it just because they want to be affiliated with something. Talking to them about wearing a particular apparel or having sign or symbols and what that means to have that lifelong experience. Providing tutoring, increasing adult supervision, kind of what we've talked about. Providing interpersonal skills training. Providing a center for youth recreation and referral for services, and then providing gang awareness training to school personnel, to parents, to caretakers, to students, to anyone and everyone who will listen. Using the example that was provided with our sex trafficking victims, thought it was a really great initiative for our airline staff and personnel to be trained on the signs of sex trafficking. Why not look outside the normal realm and look at other people who may have touch points to these particular youth so that they can begin looking at some of the signs and be able to share with them what are some ways out, what are some things that we can absolutely do differently, how can we support you? So a lot of these are things that you've talked about before, but just some community partnerships or programs that we might want to explore. Local law enforcement. I think there are a lot of a task force on the state level. I think this is a grassroots effort. I feel strongly about that. Talking with our partners, talking with local law enforcement. So what are you doing? What are you seeing? How are we reacting? I don't think we need to wait for the state to tell us how to do it. I think we need to make those connections and those relationships locally. School systems, juvenile court. Many times children interface with the juvenile court, whether that be for minor infractions or moving forward. But believe it or not, and I'm going to give you a really cool example of how the juvenile court in our area is doing some things to empower kids. Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, Family Connection. How many of y'all have heard about Family Connection and what, absolutely, their whole mission and goal is to bring communities together to create programs to strengthen families and support children. Why not have them at the table? Why not have them, we're addressing teen pregnancy, we're addressing a lot of the other low education rate. How could they help us form together and talk about gang and gang violence and how to create some local initiatives? Grandparents raising grandchildren. This is actually a grant that is supplied through or runs through the Division of Family and Children Services. And this provides support to grandparents who are literally raising their grandchildren because the children's biological parents couldn't do that. What if we tapped into that group? We already had this organized and trained and educated them about gang violence. And what do you do if your 14-year-old grandchild starts getting involved or you have suspicions? What do you do? Giving them some real tools. Local businesses. Local businesses are affected by gang activity. How do we partner with them to create a safer environment for our children and for our families? I love the example of getting a mentor if a child is wanting to gravitating toward a particular vocation. Why not talk to a local business and say, what can you do? This child's got lots of energy and wants to know how to get from start to finish. How do we get them there? It's taking them by the hand, step by step. The faith community obviously has a role to play in this. And then the unusual suspects. I had one of my mentors used to talk about the unusual suspects. And what he would say is, Kelly, canvas the landscape. Look at people who you wouldn't normally partner with and think about what they can add to this. And I was really trying to think up an example. A couple of things I thought about were medical professionals. How about those medical professionals that are treating gang members coming in for injuries? Could they be a touch point? Could they start talking with them and giving them information? How about ROTC? How about schools and the programs where kind of promotes military base, gives them skills in that area? If our kids are looking for something to join and something to feel connected to, what better organization than our military? I mean, really giving them those opportunities. So the key to prevention is obviously community intervention. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what the division can do and then some things that are going on in our local area. So our Office of Prevention and Community Support section works within our division in partnership with all types of community-based organizations to reduce child abuse and neglect. Their primary goals are to support community-based efforts to develop, operate, and expand enhanced targeted projects and initiatives aimed at improving outcomes for children and families. And then their second goal is to support networks of coordinated resources and activities to strengthen and support families. So essentially, our agency offers grants to different communities, partners, to be able to say, how can you go in and create something within your community? I've given you one example, the grandparents raising grandchildren. There is a yearly RFP that goes out that really offers different community organizations to apply. We currently have one that's in place here in the area that also supports visitation between parents and children who are in foster care. Why not take that opportunity, that touch point, to be able to talk to parents and educate parents about what they might be able to do to prevent their children from entering a gang, or if they have questions about what resources are out there. There's so many different touch points. So I love this, love this. There is something called the Augusta Boxing Club, and their motto is, and this is big and bold out on their sign, it's better to sweat in the gym than bleed in the streets. And so they've been in place for over 40 years, and their goal is to curtail drug abuse and crime among young adults and children via an athletic enterprise. Again, a grassroots effort, someone within the community who had a passion about this. They've been able to primarily prevent the majority of children having no prior contact with the court system. Another prevention effort. 100 Black Men of Augusta, their vision is utilizing their own diverse talents to create environments where our children are motivated to achieve, to empower our people to become self-sufficient, and to be shareholders in the economic and social fabric of the communities. Wow, I mean, where is the synergy in all of this? How can we really connect these partners in a way to be able to support specifically as it relates to trying to prevent gang affiliation or try to be able to help identify gang members to get away from the lifestyle? So this is my pride and joy. I say this because I had no part in creating this, but I know our juvenile court judge, Flanagan, and I've seen this in action. And so what Columbia County did is the judicial partners got together with the Department of Juvenile Justice and some other agencies, and they said, you know what, we really want to empower these kids. We want to do something to give them a voice. So they created a teen court. And the teen court program are juvenile offenders. They're questioned, defended, and sentenced by their peers. This court is run by teens. And so obviously they have some support in that, but it gives them an opportunity to be able to see the effects, to be on all ends of the juvenile perspective, whether they're the person that has had an infraction at school, or whether they are going to defend one of their peers, whether they are going to try one of their peers as a judge or as a prosecuting attorney. This is an amazing, amazing program. It also provides a way for the community to get involved in helping troubled young people. Community agencies become involved because they really create just the support system and mechanism for these particular courts to happen. So I really, really thought that was not only because it's in one of my counties, in Columbia County, but also it is run and officiated by youth, and giving them the opportunity to have their own voice really is a way to allow them to really get in and work with each other. And then finally, the Augusta Partnership for Children. This is Family Connection in the Augusta area. Each one of them may have a different name, but they absolutely collaborate with over 100 different partnering agencies to be able to support our families and our children. So I think they have a specific mentoring program here, similar to others. But again, how do we work with them? How do we leverage their power and their ability to pull everybody together to be able to work on this particular issue? I think it's a good question and something that we can definitely begin working on. These are our references, and that is all the information I have. I would be more than happy to take any questions or anything I might have.
Ms. Jones?
I want to thank my colleagues for making their presentation today. It's a pleasure to work with y'all. I'm know if I need a microphone, so I take them out. It's a pleasure to work with y'all, and we want to thank Representative Gilliard for providing y'all the opportunity to come and talk about child welfare. I also noticed that when the representatives from the Boys and Girls Club were talking, y'all were busy taking notes and looking for ways to partner with them. So again, with the representative's permission, I would like to invite y'all, and I haven't asked about the rest of your schedule, but if you could stay for the rest of the afternoon as well.
I appreciate your presentation. One of the things that you hit on a couple times was involving the faith-based community, and then one thing that rang through the whole thing was the need for mentors. And I know with my own organization, volunteers to help, especially we do a lot of prisons, jails, and schools, trying to identify and deal with some of these things. We always need competent mentors, because a lot of these kids have never seen that. And some of the stats that I've heard is maybe 80% of these kids are headed toward incarceration at some level. And so once they're in the system, you know how that works. And so having strong role models, especially males. So we tapped into some large churches, and I'll tell you one of the challenges is to try to help them respect the process and obey the boundaries. And so that was one of the biggest things that we had, is we're working with Christians and Muslims and Jews and Crips and Bloods and GDs and all these, and we have these wonderful church volunteers coming in trying to save them all, you know, so it was a real challenge to try to help them. But what I see is this vast army of resources across the country that their mission is to go into the community, and I would love to see partnerships between what you guys are doing. God bless what you're doing. But I think that there is an untapped resource there, and so I'm wondering, how are you partnering with them? And then one encouraging thing that I saw, I don't know if you saw it out of Dallas, Texas, I think it was, there was a large church. They were given the opportunity to, hey, stay after today if you're interested in becoming a role model, a mentor for kids, and I'm not sure if it was DFACS or what it was. And they were hoping to get 50. They had over 400 men show up saying, how do I get started? So I think there's a hunger out there, but they don't know what to do. And maybe because of the whole church and state, red and blue thing that goes on all the time, maybe we're scared to partner with the faith-based community. So I just thought, any thoughts about what you guys are doing?
We do have a couple of partnerships with a few of our local churches and stuff. I definitely feel like that's an area that we need to grow in. And certainly, you know, we can do the education, you know, around just how they have to tread lightly, you know, with some of those things. And it's really about just being the hands and feet of Jesus, you know, and just demonstrating that love to those people that need it. I mean, that's what the Bible calls us to do. So, you know, you don't have to implement your beliefs or, you know, push your beliefs on anyone through that. We've not had that issue with any of the partnerships that we've had. We just moved to a new location. Monday was our first day that we opened, and so we're planning a big meet and greet, open house, stakeholder meeting where we can invite those community partners that we already have, and also some that we've identified that we want to have those better partnerships with. So I'm hoping just by, you know, beginning that conversation with some of these stakeholders, that information will spread out into the community, and we'll have more people coming to the table to partner with us.
Thank you.
Don't worry, it's a good question. So, I wanted to know, when I think of DPECs, I think the Department of Family and Children, and normally in the neighborhoods that these kids come from, when you hear DPECs, that means somebody's gonna be taken away, DPECs coming in to clean house. That's normally what you think. So my question today is, how can we take the resources that you do have with your community partnerships and your community-based organization partnerships into the community before our children are put into DPECs? How can we find a way to help the kids using the resource that you already have to help our kids not get in that system?
I think there are a lot of different avenues. First and foremost, we are trying to let the community know that we do not, government is not a substitution for families. It is just absolutely not. It's a necessity, unfortunately, sometimes, but it's not the answer. And so being able to go in and strengthen families, to do that in a way that is respectful of who they are and where they come from, and the tools that they have as a parent, and to be able to support and increase their capacity before they ever have to touch the foster care system. I can tell you that our division is really moving in a way that we understand that our systems can be easy overloaded with children entering foster care. I've, like I said, been with the division for 26 years, and I see us having more conversations now with our community partners on a higher level of what can we do to partner to keep these families together and increase parental capacity so that they do not have to be separated from their home. Because in the end, that's a trauma, no matter what we put in place. When children enter foster care, they are traumatized. I don't care if they're leaving a horrific situation, they are traumatized. So really continuing to work with our community partners on a regular basis and making sure that we're making those connections.
Can you explain to us what the community partnership is and a community-based organization is, a CBO? Because those are two separate things, right? You have the community-based, which is normally grassroots, and then you have the community partnerships such as the law enforcement, the school system, and certain things like that. Can you explain to the rest of us what that actually looks like with defects?
I think it's different in every county, every community. These are examples that I've given for my particular regional area, but as county directors, Ms. Towery is the county director of DFACS here in Richmond County. She is the one that is out in the community making those connections, being able to create those relationships. The Augusta Partnership is the name for the Family Connection entity, and we do a lot of work with them to be able to touch other partners. Does that help at all? We're such a vast system.
I just say that for a long time we've been confusing the two terms. They're totally different. A CBO is a grassroots organization in the community that doesn't directly get funds or is attached to any municipalities. A community partnership is people that you, like the law for enforcement, school system, juvenile court, those are community partners. A CBO is, CBO can also be a partner, but it's specifically grassroots and people who do not have the leisure of those kind of resources. But those are the ones that you call and say, you know, will you come in and help us, grandma, granddad? And I see that you have two, grandparents raising grandchildren, and you have the faith community, which goes kind of both ways. But those are your CBOs, and the rest of our community partnerships in terms of municipalities and different things that get grants and certain things like that. So I think in further discussions, we need to be able to identify those and say, you know, that there is a difference. A lot of times people say, well, we have community partnerships, but we're talking about CBOs.
Let me get elated and thank you. There was one big part, and Ms. Jones and I were just talking about it, probably about 30 years ago with DFACS. Brian Prince was a young man. They had a great program that complemented the teen course. I was excited when I saw that. It's called Teen Peer Counselors. Young people talk to young people now. Whether the social network, they trust each other, they relate. I'll never forget groups of young people that come to the Capitol. You can say, welcome, and da-da-da-da-da, and they look at you like, So the teen peer counselors, they did role play. They counseled. There was a teen hotline. It was very effective in Chatham County. I think it was around 1991 or so. It was through DFACS. It was funded. I do want to just throw my hand up to say that might be a very good idea statewide, because I think you'll get the involvement of young people, and they can talk to one another, and they can tell us what's going on.
Absolutely. That goes back to the unusual suspects in some degree. It's sitting right in front of us. Our youth we just saw a youth movement with our environment just in the last week across the whole entire world with talking about environment. I mean, they are amazing. Let's tap into that.
I think you're on it, and then the other component, and you hit on about the churches. You know, Savannah, we only have 2,000 plus churches in our community. We're like the census, we're just, you know, just a little bit of churches. But the stakeholders, being able to call them to a meeting and to get their involvement and to educate them and to let them know that collaboration works versus individuality. And we've got to send that message statewide that we all cannot do this by ourselves. So when this person is thinking about, I want to do this grant, and you know, everybody's getting grant privy. And one thing Michelle Young said at our last meeting was that we have to be careful of even defects, the grants that you give out, to hold them accountable to do the deliverables, the services. Because people are saying, bullying, yeah, that's a good grant, let's write that. Gangs, yeah, that's another grant we can get. But if you don't have the expertise and the passion to do the services and to follow with the deliverables, they should not be getting the grants.
The word passion there, and I think we've heard it in this room today, makes all the difference in the world. You talked about not being entered into your family at the Boys and Girls Club if you don't have the passion and you don't have the values around serving that population. Absolutely.
Any other questions?
I'd like to raise one more thing, and touch on what you had said earlier as well as Ms. Trotter's question. Could y'all give us a high-level view of families first?
Oh, wow.
High level.
Families First is coming, and it is going to absolutely have a tremendous effect on our particular systems. It is going to decrease the federal funding as it relates to children placed out of their home. It is going to really have an emphasis on prevention and keeping children in their homes, which is what we found, and our research tells us it's what we need to do. It's the right things for our children. So there are a lot of different avenues to it. I know that's very, very inadequate. I'm still trying to learn it myself. But I do know that it's going to have a drastic effect on our child welfare systems, and it goes back to the fact that we've got to partner with our community partners, our faith-based agencies, the folks that have group homes and things like that, because they're going to be impacted by this. So we need all of these folks together at the table to serve our families. We just got to figure out how to do it maybe in a different way.
One thing I can add to that as it relates to the discussion today, what it really, one of the big things that it does is it reduces the funding for children placed in group homes. We call that congregate care settings. And we talked earlier about how important those relationships are, having those connections. When you get a situation where you've got kids that are around a lot of other kids, but not really those positive adults, which you guys were talking about, the group home that y'all are serving currently that's in Richmond County. You know, those right there, those kinds of situations can really up that risk very quickly. So this is going to put more money into, like she said, keeping them in their families when they can be, but when they can't, in a family setting, hopefully in their community, so they will have those relationships and connections that they need. So we're real excited about that.
I'm excited about that. Excited about that.
We want to thank you all so much, and we're looking forward to continuing to work with DFACS, and especially the great work you're doing here in Augusta. Thank you so much for your services. Looking around the room before we take a great lunch break, I know that upcoming we'll have our president of Augusta Augusta University coming in pretty shortly, but we're going to have lunch. I understand we have enough for everyone. I'm hoping I'm not overstepping. Okay, great. That's what I love about Augusta. I love it. So we're going to take, yeah, only in Brian Prince country. So thank you all so much. We're going to take a break. Please enjoy the lunch, and thank you so much for the hospitality. President Brooks Keel is here with us on the day. Took time from his busy schedule just to come and say hello, and we just want to welcome him and give him an opportunity to say hello. But I want to thank them. We were originally supposed to have this meeting at Augusta University, and they were open arms, and We had to change the date, so we want to thank you all so much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I won't take much of your time. I just mostly want to welcome you to Augusta on behalf of the more than 14,000 employees of Augusta University and the ecosystem to welcome you to Augusta University and to thank you so much for what you do. We've got to see a lot of good friends on this committee. Representative Hitchens, going back to my days at Georgia Southern, we got a chance to spend some time with you there. Appreciate what you do, and I'd be very remiss if I didn't point out my representative, Ron Prince, has been not only an incredible representative of the state of Georgia, but he's an outstanding representative of the university. Thank you very much. But, Mr. Chairman, I do, as a university president, I know very well the problems that we have in this particular state. You're addressing one of the most serious problems I think we have. And while I'm sure it's going to be one of the more difficult problems to address in this state, it takes a lot of courage to address an issue like this. And I just want to thank you and your fellow representatives for tackling this head on. I want to thank you for being here and letting us be a part of that. We appreciate the interest that you have in what the experts we have in the audience have to say. And we just want to express our very, very appreciation to each and every one of you for what you do day in and day out, not only in this particular committee, but as your respective seats within the House. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And I'll turn things back over to you. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Mr. President, I want to say Mr. Don Waters told me to make sure I wave my hand at you.
Tell him I was behaving myself. He won't believe you, but at least you tell him for me. Thank you very much.
We'll give you about another 3 minutes, and we're going to get ready to move ahead with our presentation from our Augusta Judicial Circuit District Attorneys, Natalie Payne and District Attorney Bill Dupay. French, right?
French and Irish.
Oh, there you go. We'll resume to you in the next 3 minutes.
Now.
See, she is the reason I got interested in games. Like way back when she gave that speech. I was talking about you earlier. Oh my goodness. They're asking how yeah, I was like, I'm gonna go there. I'm for real. I was so excited. I'm really excited. Good. I'm really serious.
We're going to reconvene right now. Thank you all so much. I think Chick-fil-A won the battle between Church's Chicken and Popeyes. Nothing like Chick-fil-A sandwiches, I'm telling you. Before we continue to get started, I want to thank GMA for playing a role in being with us. They're sending out a survey to over 159 counties. We want to get everyone's feedback as they sit on the committee with us. They've been instrumental in helping us out. I just want to give a second for a minute to thank GMA for doing that. We also have with us the parent 501c3 of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The Southern Christian Leadership Foundation is here, and Stevenson is here, and they've done a lot of work. Of course, we know Dr. King's Kingdom Principles of Nonviolence, instrumental in everything we're doing. We thank you for being involved with us, and we look forward to working with the Southern Christian Leadership Foundation. So thank you so much. We're going to continue once again with our Augusta Judicial Circuit. District Attorney Nellie Payne and District Attorney Bill Dupay. Thank you so much for coming.
You want to go first, Natalie?
Good afternoon. I'm Natalie Payne. I'm the district attorney here in Augusta. I'll tell you that we've had a lot of gang a lot more gang prosecution going on now than we did in the 5 years ago. So we've got a lot more gang prosecution going on now. One of the things I will tell you that I do kind of see as an issue is the lack of ability to address this in juvenile court. We had a lot of juvenile justice reform that went on, and I think in theory, for like non-violent offenses, it was a positive change. However, we do encounter a lot of juveniles. We had two 13-year-olds last year in separate incidences that murdered people. We are seeing younger offenders commit more violent crimes. And obviously, they are treated as adults at 13 for murder. But the saddest part about it to me is that there was a lot of red flag incidents that went on in this child's life. When I pull their history, when I go through for example, the sheriff's office database, and I can see any incident that they were involved in going back for a long time. A lot of these kids have a lot of involvement. Maybe they're truant. No kindergartner should be truant for 50 days as a kindergartner, that kind of thing. And I think a lot of times, it's like, well, we don't want to punish the kindergartner, but we need to figure out why is this child truant for 50 days as a kindergartner. And because that's the time that we need to be intervening is at that age. Because what I see a lot of times with these gangs is this is their family. They have a breakdown of a family relationship at home, or perhaps they think that this culture is sexy and that's cool among their peer groups. But they also have a lack of ability to kind of see what other avenues they can pursue. But I think that this is also a method of survival to some degree. A lot of times we see kids that don't have any type of structure at home. They don't have anyone to say, hey, get up and go to school, or you need to do well in school and help you with your homework, that kind of thing. One of really in a position necessarily to be proactive, simply for the fact that, you know, there are not enough hours in a day, there's not enough days in a week, and there's certainly not enough people in my office to address all the things that I would like to be able to address, but that's also not really, you know, my role. But just as an observation from where I stand, I do think that there is a lot of missed opportunity in dealing with these children, because, I mean, I'm not going to say that when you're 15 and 16 that you're a lost cause, but I think that if we can get these kids when they're younger and intervene then we can kind of direct their path a little bit differently. I mean, one of the things, and I know this might sound extreme, but I really think that I've seen a lot of kids benefit. Youth Challenge, for example, you know, they go into that program and it's a very structured environment, and kids really love that. I mean, they may not tell you, I love structure, I love rules or whatever, but I feel like they thrive when, and I've even seen kids, sadly enough, when they go into YDC, they're making great grades while they're there because it's structured. And so I had said a long time ago, I was like, it would be really cool if Augusta, for example, if we had some sort of like, you know, military style academy that was affordable, that we could send these kids to, not as a method of punishment, but just as an avenue of opportunity for them to, you know, they learn the structure, they learn how to abide by the rules, they also learn, here's what's expected of you, and, you know, they reward you when you exceed those expectations. You know, it's a very structured environment, mainly just because they're not getting that otherwise, and that, I think, has a large draw for these kids into gangs, because there is a it is a structured environment to some degree. You know, there's a criminal element obviously involved there, but that's how they rule. I mean, it's a lot of fear, you know, power. You get to see these, you know, fast money. You get to have power. You know, when you walk into a room, and once you achieve that hierarchy, you know, people respect you, and you know, I just feel like we could intervene at a younger age and be able to offer these kids the ability, because, you know, to just see a different way. I mean, another program that I really like a lot is we have it's a program where they partnered with some of the manufacturers in it's one in particular in our area, and they go, and while they're in high school, they are able to work and get a paycheck and see, you know, you go to work, you get a paycheck. And that sounds like so basic to so many people, but for these kids, that's not something they've ever observed before. I mean, so some of the very basic, you know, life skills that we all take for granted, a lot of these kids, they've never had that example. So, you know, I think that in terms of, you know, I wish I knew what we could do that would solve the problem. I don't know, but I do know that we've got to be more invested in them at a younger age, because once you grow up and you don't, you know, nobody tells you that they love you, or they don't show you a different way, it becomes ingrained in you. And to some degree, I feel like it's very stressful to them when they're taken out of that element and expected to do something different once that's all they've ever known at, you know, at 20 or 21 years old. You know, I really think that mentorship programs are a great, just a great thing in terms of having, you know, especially a male presence involved in a lot of these young men's lives. But, you know, ironically enough, we see a lot of girl gang members as well. You know, it's cool to be, I mean, I remember there was about a year ago this female who was like the pseudo leader of one of these gangs. I mean, and I was like, wow, like this is, you know, I've never seen that before, but I mean, it's becoming more frequent that they, you know, used to just kind of be like almost like a sidekick to the gang, but now they are very much a part of the gang, involved in the gang, involved in the leadership of the gang, and I really think that this is a direct result of the breakdown of, you know, the family unit and having a parent that supervises them at home, you know, or just so they're not bouncing from house to house to house, you know, causing problems. Because, I mean, the other thing, too, here is a lot of these juveniles, they know we can't do anything. You know, we can't do anything with we can't force anything upon them, and they know that. The gangs know that. They take advantage of these juveniles, and they recruit juveniles into their system because they know if I get this kid to do, you know, an armed robbery, he's going to be treated a lot different than the 18-year-old in our gang doing an armed robbery. You know, they're smart about it. So that's really kind of my spiel. I'm very interested in gangs. I think that it is, I do think it's an epidemic. I think that I'm very appreciative to have the opportunity to come and speak and answer any questions that I can potentially answer for any of you. Because I do think it's important to see that boots on the ground, I guess, perspective. I mean, I will tell you that these cases are very labor intensive. They're very time consuming. You have to be, you're coming through thousands of pages of social media, incident reports, trying to link things together. And so they are very labor intensive. They're very difficult to prosecute in that regard because we don't necessarily have the resources to expend one or more prosecutors just to gangs all the time. I mean, I'm very appreciative for the help at the state level to come in and help do training and also help facilitate some of the investigation. But on a long-term basis, I mean, the cases are very difficult to prosecute because they are so labor intensive. And they would, I mean, there's no way to legislate out of that particular aspect. But I mean, obviously, we could always use more prosecutors to be, I guess, designated as gang prosecutors. I do think that would make, it's a specialized field. It's almost like, doing bankruptcy or something. People that you either understand gangs, I mean, like, you want to, if somebody asked me to do something in bankruptcy court, literally I'd be like, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I mean, you don't want me to do that. But gang prosecutors are kind of the same way. It's a unique field. It's a very specialized training. And it takes a while to kind of hone your skills in and be very successful at it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions or if that's a thing.
I want to connect with that because I hear the cry. We've been hearing from GBI, different law enforcement, that we need some help. We weren't designed for this. That's extra. I know we have 2 persons that the governor has refunded for a gang unit. Am I correct?
Right.
Out of 159
I believe
counties.
so. I know Jarrett's involved with the GBI.
Well, I know it's a great start, but I'm hearing, and that's one of the things with this committee, and I just asked that, and I said this earlier, we take it out of the traditional context, that we really want to see something happen or start. I know Representative Prince said something very true the last meeting, that this is going to be a long term.
Okay.
So the gang prosecutors would help.
Absolutely, I do. I think that it is important to note that I mean, every gangs here are going to be different than gangs in Macon, than Atlanta, than Columbus or Savannah. So that is more of a localized thing. We need more prosecutors to be designated as gang prosecutors that are going to stay in that area. Because if you are a specialist, at the sex offending murder bloods here, that's going to be a whole different animal in Macon, or I don't even know if they have that particular subset in Macon. But it is very, the knowledge is very unique to the area. So, my interest is also getting those gang prosecutors and keeping them, preventing them from leaving, because that knowledge, when it walks out the door, is very hard to replace. So I do think having that added resource would be a very big start in, combating the issue.
First of all, thank you for your service. And we don't, in a lot of senses, we don't want you to be on the preventive end, because we do need to look at those persons that have no respect for life, that they do need to be prosecuted.
Right.
So I want to thank you for your service. And does anyone else have any other questions?
Quick question. Second chance programs, diversion programs. I know the gangs are targeting our kids at like 7, the ones that they get their eyes on, and then the kids are being jumped in younger, as in today's society, kids are getting access younger and younger to the things we don't want them to have. I've heard some rumblings, but not concrete plans for some sort of accountability diversion program when we catch the young ones, when there's some sort of gang-related offense, or maybe in the earlier presentation, if there's gang-related activity, a violation of it, that a lot of the times these kids, because we're so scared, they get into the system, but we don't necessarily have a diversion to try to catch them before they make the big mistake and go down that road or get entrenched in the gang where they can't get out, can't get home. Is there any talk of that at your level? Or?
My thought, that diversion would be juvenile court, to be honest with you. I mean, I think, your juvenile convictions do not follow you, and they cannot be, used against you in virtually any aspect as an adult. And so my diversion, I mean, in my mind, that is juvenile court. I mean, to some degree, you got also understand that the average lifespan of a gang member is like 30 years.
Yeah.
So by the time you're 18, you're kind of like old folk in the gang. So, so the majority of that is you know, your, I guess, career in a gang is while you're a juvenile. So I mean, arguably, you know, other than that, I would think the intervention at that point, you know, at the point that they're coming to me, I'm not ever going to say it's too late, but I'm saying that by the time I'm getting them, what I notice is that there's been all these other opportunities to intervene that happened way before they got to me, and that's what we need to be focused on, is how do we intervene when those truancy cases, or when you've got kids, I mean, kids skipping up, going to 50 different schools in 2 years because they're trying to avoid DFACs, for example, moving to county. I mean, we see parents in the gang as well. Those are the opportunities that I see as the most advantageous to take advantage of. Because I mean, we have, first offender, we have other conditional discharge, we have other diversionary type of ways to deal with that. But if we really want to be involved in the prevention, we need to intervene way earlier than that.
And hopefully be partnered with, community organization, grassroots, as we were talking about, that can not just, I mean, juvenile court, that's awesome, because it doesn't necessarily have to follow them, but I think we're asking these kids to give up something that has value to them. All the things you talked about, protection and family, we won't leave you money in your pocket, girls to hang out with, you're going to be the cool guy. And we're saying, say no to that, even when they get in trouble. If we don't offer them something as valuable or more, it's not a good trade, they'll never do it. But I would love to see proactive programs that you guys are identifying them when they're first getting caught up, and then maybe we have a quick way to get in front of them. You won't be the intervention, but we can be other preventative. But I think when we identify them, we've got to get in front of them. I don't want to give up on these kids when they get in the system. I do think we need to catch them younger and younger and younger, but I'm not going to give up on them, and I think that we can get some of them back or stop them from getting jumped in the first place.
Some of them get tired of the lifestyle, but I also think that, my concern usually is, the other people. I mean, we did a takedown 2 years ago on a gang. It was our first gang and RICO case together, and literally we had residents of, nobody ever calls the DA's office to be like, oh, y'all done a great job. Yeah, I don't know, they may individually call, but we got like 30 calls the next day from people in the neighborhood who had never called law enforcement necessarily because they were too afraid, but that gang had such a stronghold on their neighborhood that they just literally called to say, like, I slept better last night.
Wow.
And it was people from all different kinds of walks of life, but I was like shocked at the number of people that literally called the office to say, you don't understand how bad this gang has been plaguing our area for so long. And those are also my concern as a prosecutor, as well as keeping the law-abiding citizens safe as well.
Yeah. Well, thanks for what you do.
What about the prosecuting attorneys council? I know they have people that specialize in certain areas that you can draw from when you have a specialized case. And I know the Augustas, Savannahs, Atlantas, Albany's have bigger staffs. But you get to some of these rural areas where gangs are catching on now, and I think they're poorly suited with their staffing and knowledge to be able to prosecute these cases.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, again, it's one of those things where if PAC would need like 10 gang attorneys to be able to address that, because they are so labor intensive. I mean, and it's not just on the law enforcement end. I mean, the prosecutor, if you know what you're going to present in a case, I mean, you're talking about lots of hours, long hours, trying to connect the dots and things like that. So it would be more advantageous to have them in the offices. I mean, they are a phenomenal resource to us, and they provide excellent training. That's how I got involved or interested in gangs to begin with, was at PAC training. But again, it's more of there's probably way more cases than their limited staff would have to work. I know you.
No. Ms. Payne, I just want to commend you. I heard you say that violence is not a gene, it's a learned behavior. It's something that our children are learning. I also heard you say that I'm a prosecutor, I suppress. Don't ask me to intervene and prevent. I'm a prosecutor, that's what I do. And I think that if we understand that moving forward, that there's particular roles that we each play. But to hear you say that we can help these kids from the beginning, I don't want to have to prosecute these kids, but it is my job. I think that's commendable. I appreciate what you've done and what you do for our community. And we do need those people who are going to go out after the ones who need to be handled. But we also need to catch our kids before they get to the court system. And we cannot ask you to intervene and prevent, because by definition, it doesn't match. So thank you so much for what you said. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chairman, I just thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Bill Dupay, and I'm in the rural circuit up the road, the Toombs Judicial Circuit. We have the 6 counties of Lincoln, Wilkes, Tolliver, Warren, Glasscock, and McDuffie counties. And I have Tony Howard with me today. He's one of my assistant prosecutors. I have myself and 6 prosecutors to handle the entire 6 counties, everything from traffic tickets to murders, everything from jury trials to Supreme Court appearances. So we keep busy, but I've got a great staff and we're up to the challenge. Again, I appreciate being here. This is a beautiful venue. I'll be one of the thousands of people jumping in the river Sunday morning to do the triathlon. I'm just done with the swim, though. I'm in a relay, but it's a great event and really an impressive.
Will Brian Prince be there?
Maybe he's going to do the run.
He can always be a spectator.
I've got a little bit of a different background as a prosecutor. I've been in the criminal courts for 30 years. I started in Los Angeles County in 1989 as a deputy public defender, and I stayed there for 4 years, trying everything all the way up to the most serious cases. And in Los Angeles back then, you would have generations belong to the same gangs. I would have a defendant, my client, whose father was in the gang, whose father was in the gang, whose grandfather was in the gang. And I always thought to myself, if once it gets to that level, it is very, very tough to eradicate. And I'm starting to see that in some of our counties. Tony Howard and I just tried a murder case. We've got one more defendant to go in Wilkes County. And part of the prosecution, we really got into, like Natalie said, we get into social media and we mine, we look for photographs, and I can't get into too many details, but both of these defendants had children, and both were posting pictures of them, calling them their little blazers for bloods, for shooters, and using gang language to talk about a family photograph. And it's once you get to that level, it becomes very tough to get rid of. So my goal is to prevent that, but we have to start worrying about our gang members are raising children who are then going to become gang members, and we have got to break that cycle. Our role as a prosecutor, first and foremost, is public safety. We've got to protect the community. That is what our mission is. Secondly, we are the voice of the victims. We stand up for the victims in court, and if we can, I'm like Natalie, we are stretched in. We do everything we can in the community. We partner with our schools. Tony and I go out to the schools and talk to the children. It's one thing for me to talk to a classroom full of African-American children and tell them you can do everything in the world, you can be a lawyer, but it's another thing when Tony Howard stands up, who is also a professional bodybuilder, and he starts talking to them, telling them that their future is in their hands. They can do everything. This is what I've done in my life, and you can do it. So we do, to the extent possible, try and get out and reach the children at a very early age, and that gives us some hope. But when we prepare these cases for trial, like Natalie said, they're incredibly time intensive. We spend an enormous amount of time listening to jail phone calls. But contrary to the warning that says this will be monitored, they don't believe it. They will talk and talk and talk. They'll use a little code. The Bloods like to, they won't use the word C. They'll use B whenever possible. So they don't go to court. They go to board. And, real tough code to crack. But we will listen to that. But what is scary is the mindset that you get at that level. And mind you, when we're dealing with them, we don't have them for tagging or vandalism. We have them for armed robberies of drug dealers, shooting rivals, shooting up houses, serious cases. And we're listening to these phone calls and reading their jail mail that is copied, and it is a total mindset they've actually, their brains have been reprogrammed to where they're rejecting their own families. They're not listening to whatever positive influences they had in their life. They are listening solely to the other gang members and living their life by the gang code. And they believe it. They actually believe that this is the way to live life. And the reason why I emphasize that is I think when we're talking about saving these, and I'm not out trying to put everybody under the jail, but there has to be a period where they are removed from the community, where they can get time to reassess, what their values are, what they're doing with their lives, and it's almost like a reprogramming needs to be done. So my suggestion to you is to consider that at the prison level, and certainly at the YDC level, we need to have some trained professionals who know how to deal with these people who, are probably PTSD, to be honest with you, with the amount of violence they've seen in their lives. They need to be my suggestion would be have an intensive setup at these facilities where we can refer the gang members and again those who associate with gangs, which is the term that we focus on, to try and deprogram them, unpack whatever's been put in their brains as to the street lifestyle and get them back to where they want to live a normal life. They don't find glamour in losing friends to being shot. They don't find glamour in shooting other people. And that's a tough task. And kind of piggybacking on that, and Natalie brought up when we're talking about the juvenile code revisions, and I do think that was a long time coming. There was a lot of good that came out of that. But I think we need to reevaluate that when we're dealing with people who are committing violent crimes as gang members. I don't think it's doing the juveniles any good to let them, all right, you shot somebody, we're going to go ahead and let you back out, you show up for your hearing. Our experience tells us those guys are getting out and they're committing more violent crimes, and they're going to have 2 cases or 3 cases by the time we get to court. So I think we need to reconsider whether or not we want to give the judges some authority where appropriate to detain those juveniles who are in this lifestyle because there is such a high frequency of reviolating before things get to court. The other thing I would really stress is I can tell you from firsthand experience in Wilkes and McDuffie County, where we had some pretty frequent activity for a period of time. We had the Safe Streets FBI task force come in, run operations both in Wilkes and in McDuffie. We partnered with Bobby Christine with the U.S. Attorney's Office in targeting the higher level, most violent gang members and sending them down to federal court where they're dealt with rather quickly. And knock on fiberglass here, but we've clamped things down. We've quieted it. Well, you don't never want to use the Q word, but we've knocked it down a little bit. And those programs need to be supported because they really are a value. In Wilkes County, things were really spiraling, and I lost count. We may be locked up, and I'm just talking 12 to 14 of the most violent active members, and it's made a huge difference in the community. We're still fighting it, but it's progress. So those are my thoughts. I appreciate you letting me express them. Tony, I brought Tony in case there's any questions for you. He's my juvenile court supervisor. He's got a lot of experience dealing with kids. Tony, in his part-time, works with children in a moot court competition, teaching them and again trying to reach out to the kids and give them a positive role model to look up to. And we just hope that we can make a dent in this problem.
Thank you for, first of all, I'm going to get it right. DuPay.
Yes.
I'm just, as we get this information and you talk about the different jurisdictions, we're seeing a lot of similarities, and my heart goes out to the men and women of law enforcement of every parable because you're dealing with a real beast. When we look at these pictures of those that have been arrested, we see all types of individuals. Doesn't look like, the average Pookie or Quan anymore. Do you have, how do you deal with the abundance of cases and getting them to move swiftly? Because I see, and I work with a lot of people in the jails, and they're saying, well, I've been here for 2.5 years and I'm still waiting on my hearing.
So how do you deal with moving those cases forward?
Well, and that's one of the struggles. I've, last week, I think it's finished maybe my 8th or 9th murder trial since I took over in January 2017, and that's me as the DA trying the cases, and that's just in one county. And so we're busy in court. We're trying to prioritize our court time. The murder cases, those victims' families, they don't move on with life till we get it resolved. So they've got to be our priority. I've got to get those cases going because they're you know, I have whole families of lives that are just on hold while they're waiting to see what happens in court. So we're pushing those. But when we do that, the rest of the calendar knows I'm not going to go to trial because Dupaix's trying a homicide that week. So nobody's willing to enter any kind of pleas. So we're having to add additional court weeks, which we've done in McDuffie County, and that moves things on. But it's just a priority. If we have a gang case, that case is going to go up the food chain, up the ladder of priorities, and we'll be trying those as quickly as we can. But that is a concern.
What do you feel about accountability courts?
I am very much in favor of those. We have a drug court. We just started our parental accountability court, which is an offshoot of child support court, where instead of trying to lock up people who are not paying, we're have them in court. We're trying to work through the barriers, driver's licenses, you know, cleaning up their criminal record with arrests that you know, we can get expunged and restricted off their record. That's very successful. My feeling in terms of accountability courts for gangs, just for the reasons that I've stated, if they're in my hands at this point, that problem is so complex and so rooted that I don't think it's a good venue for gang cases. Frankly, I think that I think our best dispositions on those cases is we have very long terms of probation, initial period of incarceration, 18 months to 5 years on you know, your standard burglaries and ag assaults and things like that. And then one of the terms of probation is they can't associate with other gang members. They have a Fourth Amendment waiver, so we can make sure they don't have firearms. And I think that's the way to deal with it. It gets them out of the community, which does three things. It keeps the community safe. Number two, it sends a message that if there's a young kid on the sidewalk and he's watching somebody that he thinks is living this glamorous lifestyle, and suddenly that somebody commits a crime and they're not around anymore, maybe that's going to take some incentive away from that kid being associated with that lifestyle. And the third thing is it gives that defendant a chance to reflect on what he's doing and see, is this really the way I want to spend the rest of my life?
I really appreciate your initiative to try and do something with some intensive counseling or something when they go into prison. But you know, I've spent about 43 years in a couple of various types of law enforcement, and I've been to the diagnostic center in Jackson many times and been out there, and you know, they bring them in by the busload. And I'm an old Marine Vietnam veteran and spent a lot of time on the state patrol. I've been in several firefights and 25-mile running gun battle and sent somebody to the death penalty, and I feel like I'm a pretty hard guy. But I've just tried to put myself in their place when they enter that facility and what awaits them when they have a 10 or 20-year sentence. And tough as they may be, you can see the fear in their face when they come through there. So the first thing that happens to them when they're put into a cell or they mix with the other prisoners is they affiliate with the gangs. You know, they're more gang probably in prison than they are out. And that's pretty much a safety factor if you're involved in one type of gang. I used to be the Homeland Security Director, and one of the first things I did when we started up the Intelligence Center in Atlanta with the FBI is I got somebody from the prison system that was a gang expert. And right after 9/11, one of the things we were really concerned about was the Muslim gangs. And one of the problems we had was, just like you talked about on the recordings, we had trouble, we had to get some people to that spoke Arabic to interpret what they were saying, but we gleaned a lot of information from that. But I just don't know how you separate, when we got 52,000 people in the prison system, how we get those people aside and separate them and get them the proper guidance. So because the recidivist rate is horrific amongst gang members. It's a,
Well, and I think one of the other, the flip side of all that is to reevaluate who else is in prison, and are there alternatives to those other people on theft cases and the drug cases, and finding alternative ways of dealing with them so that the prisons are reserved just for the most dangerous of the dangerous. But it's an interesting phenomenon. We have some of the older guys who aren't gang members who are just drug dealers, criminals, but they're of that old mindset, and they're actually talking to law enforcement saying, keep my name out of it, but we need help. We're scared to death because these young 17-year-olds are coming around robbing us at night, and they're going to kill us. The criminals are asking for help from the gangs. And the criminals, they don't want to go to prison. They're scared to death of going into prisons because they're dangerous. But the young guys that are in this lifestyle, we're listening to their phone calls. They're like, I ain't worried. Everybody I know who got in prison came out even tougher. And I can't wait to go do my time, and then I'll come back and I'll really be heck on wheels. So like I say, it's a mindset that we've got to figure out how to reprogram.
of course, we really try with the criminal justice reform to keep the people who made a mistake out of prisons and those who we're scared of to keep them in. But I'm on appropriations, and I was on the Public Safety Appropriations Subcommittee. We spend about $1.5 billion a year just on our prison system. And we've had to go to 2 private prisons now because we don't have enough facilities. And if we hadn't done that criminal justice reform, we would probably have 60,000 people in the prison now instead of 52,000. So.
Any questions for myself or?
I do have one.
Yes, ma'am.
I think I have to say it and a question at the same time. What you do, Mr. Dupay, Mr. Nally, is hard. It's very hard. Before I dedicated my life to serving young people, I was in the medical field. When things happen at hospice or anything, we had to get counseling. I'm wondering, in the field that you're doing, after so many cases, you said you did so many murder cases and trauma cases, what kind of counseling is available for you so that you too won't have, or any other DA won't have PTSD moving forward and will be stable enough to do the right thing in the cases that need to be, accurately adjudicated. So how do you do that?
I don't know. When I started, I wondered how long I'd last. Here I am 30 years later, so I'm still going. My outlet is swimming and biking, so that keeps me sane.
In the Army.
But I think that is a very, what we have is more of a sanitized version. I'll go out to crime scenes, as Natalie will do, but I don't go there till they're safe. But the ones that I worry about are the first responders, your EMTs, your EMS, your policemen. Those are the ones who, not that what we do isn't stressful, but those are the ones I worry about because they see it firsthand, live, and it can't help but take a toll on them.
Right, so I understand that we do see stuff like that. I'm talking about when you're prosecuting a child, something has to happen inside. When you have to send a 12-year-old, prosecute a 13-year-old, send them to prison for life, something has to happen. Otherwise, you wouldn't be human. So what kind of training is there for you? Have you ever thought about that? That needs to be, because you could also as well get PTSD after so many trials and different things and dealing with family members.
That's something that the PAC has counseling available to us, but frankly, I hadn't thought about it. But that is something I will keep in mind.
We're just looking out for y'all, y'all serving us and protecting us, and we're looking out for your well-being and your families as well.
Well, thank you.
And I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I passed a bill 2 years ago for public safety counseling, peer counseling, for people that are involved in traumatic situations to be able to have peer counseling immediately. And the National Psychological Association says that that's about 90% effective when you get somebody there on scene within the first 24 hours. Debrief them, counsel them, and then make a determination as they go along to get further psychiatric advice if they need it. But what happens is that the biggest problem I had with it was funding. It took me probably a month to get it where it was acceptable to the leadership in the House because of funding initiatives. But And I was the Commissioner of Public Safety at one time for the state of Georgia, and I had several state troopers that committed suicide in close proximity to one another, and I had no inclination from any of their supervisors as to what was going on. And after the fact, we all determined that they were suffering from either one traumatic incident that really did something to click them off, or that, you know, there was a period of years where they had just seen these horrible things and it just worked on them. We're getting ready to have a meeting here in Augusta in October where we're going to bring all the police officers in the state that have been involved in those kinds of, but it also affects firefighters, EMTs, dispatchers. You know, one of the worst cases I ever had was a dispatcher who was on the line with a woman who was raped and cut to shreds, and you could hear the screaming, you know, and she was sending people to her, but they killed her before she got there, and she could never get over that. And ended up leaving and had a nervous breakdown, but she just screamed at night about those screams and what happened to that poor woman. And so there is a need, and I know probably y'all need to deal with it too. I know the Medical Association, my oldest grandson's a doctor, and they have it now that, you know, you lose a patient on the operating room table, or you feel like maybe you could have done more, and over a period of time that can't help but work on your psyche.
Thank you again. This has been very informative for me as well.
Thank you for your service. Thank you. All right, we're going to continue. We're elated to have with us from the Georgia Association of Police Chiefs, one of the greatest chiefs from Chatham County, Savannah, Georgia, Chief Roy Mentor, and also one of the greatest chiefs, Chief Michael J. Pursley, along with, they got a tag team going on, along with Terry Norris, the Executive Director of the Sheriff's Association. We want to thank you, gentlemen, for taking time to come out.
Thank you very much, Representative Gilliard and members of the committee. I first want to start by thanking you for your great commitment and your dedication to addressing very serious issues that are going on in our community. I brought a PowerPoint presentation because I wanted to give you a visual view of how serious this task is that you've undertaken. So you can kind of see some of the challenges that I know we're facing in Savannah, and I believe that they're similar to the challenges that are being faced or other communities are facing. When I got to Savannah a little over a year ago, prior to me getting there, I started looking at some of the crime that was going on in Savannah, and I saw just about all the serious crime was centered around three areas: guns, gangs, and drugs. So we made that our focus on really focusing in on guns, gangs, and drugs, and we have really honed in on that being our central focus for the deployment of our personnel and what we're doing on a daily basis. Of course, some of you may have seen this. This was an article that was in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution right before I got here. Talked about Georgia's gang situation getting worse. And I want people to also realize that a lot of times we talk about the gang situation and we talk about maybe the southern part of the country or maybe the west coast, but we're dealing with an international issue. If you look at that article, it says the majority of recent Toronto shootings related to street gangs came from their police chief. Look at the date on the bottom. That's last month. So this is crossing borders. This is over in Canada. So this is not just a United States issue. This is an international issue that we're dealing with when we're talking about street gangs. This is kind of what we're dealing with on a regular basis when we talk about gangs, guns, and drugs. This gives you an example of the challenges we're facing on a daily and a nightly basis. When you look at the type of guns that we're taking off people, when you look at the amount of drugs, when you look at the money that we're taking off people, that kind of gives you a clear picture of the challenge that we're facing in our community and other communities. At the end of last year, we put together what we call a Violent Crimes Task Force. We were using them on an intermittent basis. Now we have a Violent Crimes Task Force that's out there 7 days a week. They're out there contacting what we refer to as kind of the worst of the worst in our community. There is no shortage of work out there for our Violent Crimes Task Force. Since November of last year up until August of this year, we've confiscated over 200 guns, 380 misdemeanor felony arrests, 220 misdemeanor arrests, over 1,500 traffic citations, $58,000 in currency that we've confiscated, along with counterfeit currency and drugs. This gives you a clear indication we're not going to arrest ourselves out of this problem. Arrest is an option, but it's not the only option. We need a community, multifaceted, community-based approach to do this, because we are going out there on a nightly basis and really making a difference. When I looked at our database when I got to Savannah, our database indicated that we have documented 260 gang members in 16 gangs. This year, through August, we've arrested 191 documented gang members in Savannah. You do the math. 260 documented gang members in Savannah? No way. If we've arrested 191, then that tells you we have a lot larger gang problem in Savannah than we believe that our gang database is indicating. Give an example of some of the cases that we're dealing with. Hayward, right there, when we dealt with him, 17 years old. We show this picture to a lot of people in the community. You see he has one gun right there with an extended magazine in it. A lot of people in the community don't realize, they look at that photo and I ask them, how many guns does he have? A lot of people in the community say 2. There's 3. There's one in his lap. They missed the one in his lap. You have to love social media, because this was posted on social media. This is another significant arrest on a robbery that we had. That young man right there was 14 years old when we were looking for him. That gun that he has in his hand is the gun he used for the armed robbery we ended up arresting him on. 14 years old. Involved in gang affiliations with 2 gangs at 14 years of age, taking pictures with a gun, committing armed robberies in the city of Savannah. This shows you the other end of the spectrum. Because we're arresting them, we're sending them to jail, a lot of times they're coming right back out and they're getting involved in the same things that they were involved in before they went to prison. This is a convicted felon who was in possession of a firearm, also in possession of drugs. He was dealing. This was a gang member who's back out. And this is one of the primary reasons why right now what we're doing is our possession of firearms by convicted felon cases, we're pushing the majority of those to the federal system. And the federal system right now is accepting a lot of those cases, so we can get them not only in the system, but a lot of times we can get to conviction and we can get them away from our community. But this gives you an idea of how important a good, strong re-entry program also is. We started the year with 2 homicides right off the bat, and we believe both of those homicides have a gang nexus. Jamar Davis is someone that we believe had connections to the Blood Gang. He was arrested and charged for the shooting. It wasn't a homicide, it was an aggravated assault for a shooting of a rival gang member. His case was scheduled to go to court right before the end of the year in 2018. His case was continued. It was reset till February. Right around the first of the year, January the 2nd, he was at a bowling alley in Savannah, enjoying the January 1st to be New Year's Day. That night, somebody must have made a phone call and said, hey, your guy who shot our guy is at the bowling alley enjoying himself. He came out of the bowling alley and was shot and killed. His case was scheduled to go to court in February. He never made it to court. So, Representative Gilliard, when you talk about making these cases a priority and pushing them up, this is a really good example. He should have never been out on the streets. And now it's a homicide stat. Tyrese Carter, 17 years old. This happened a couple of hours after the Jamar Davis shooting. Tyrese Carter, 17-year-old man, 17-year-old youth, was removed from one school in Savannah, was sent to the alternative school, was removed from the alternative school. His dad did everything he could to keep him on the straight and narrow, including when Tyrese said he didn't want to stay at his dad's house anymore. His dad went to court and got a court-ordered ankle monitor put on Tyrese so he can keep up with where he was and what he was doing. On January the 1st, Tyrese decided he wanted to go to the Crayola Club in Savannah to do a rap music set. He was a rap music artist. His rap music name was Hancho Reese. He went there, he did a rap music set, but before he left the house, Tyrese cut off his ankle bracelet. The monitoring company never notified his dad that he had cut off the ankle bracelet. His dad said, had I known he had cut that bracelet off and I knew that he was gone, I probably would have been able to find him. He went to the club, did his rap music set, got paid $80 for doing his rap music set. Came outside, got into a beef with a couple of people who were outside in the car, shots rang out, Tyrese Carter was shot and killed. Both of those homicides are still unsolved. But that's a 17-year-old young man who was on juvenile probation and also had ties to gangs in Savannah. So our strategy for gang intervention in Savannah is kind of what we call PEER. And the first two facets of it is exactly what you're looking at here, which is what we really appreciate. The prevention, the intervention, and then of course we look at enforcement, and you cannot forget about reentry. Because a lot of these people are going to prison and they're coming right back out, and we're dealing with them again because they're going right back to the same neighborhoods and they're involved with the same people. So our prevention intervention strategy, a couple things we're looking at is there's a lot of information out there that's being used to recruit, especially a lot of our young people, to get involved in gangs. They're looking at the money, they're looking at the drugs, they're looking at other things that they believe are really glorious in being involved in gangs. Where is this information coming from? Well, we decided to take a look at it and see. There's a video out there by a rap artist named 6ix9ine. The name of the video is called Billy. If you haven't seen it, it's one of the most vile, disgusting videos I've ever seen in my life. You look at it on YouTube, that video alone has over 2 million hits, views on YouTube. 2 million. And I guarantee you the majority of those views are our young people in communities all around the country who are looking at that video. When you look at that video and you listen to what they're saying and what they're telling our young people, it is no surprise that we're seeing younger and younger generation of people who are running around wanting to get involved in gangs and carrying weapons. Respect Richmond is a program that we've looked at. If you haven't had a chance to go to that website, I would suggest that you go to the website and take a look at Respect Richmond. Respect Richmond is a community-based campaign where the city of Richmond, we're talking about the community of faith members, school district members, service providers, and elected officials all got together and started a campaign that said, we are no longer going to put up with violence in our community, and we're going to demand that people respect our community and that they respect Richmond. Part of that program is an anti-gang video, which is one of the best that I've ever seen. We're pushing this video out to our community members. We're trying to get it into our schools, but it's called The Big Lie, Unmasking the Truth Behind Gangs. A lot of the information in that video is from former documented gang members who are giving individuals the real information on what gang life is like. Going to prison, going to the hospital, not really getting all the money that you're seeing that gang members supposedly get, that it goes to the top of the organization, what happens to gang members when they go to prison, how many times they've been in the hospital, how many times they've been shot, but that gives you the real information on what's going on with gangs. Open Door Youth Alternatives is a program that we looked at that's based out of Denver, Colorado. It's based out of Denver, Colorado by a former gang member who's now a minister, Reverend Leon Kelly. We brought him in about 6 months ago. He met with some of our community leaders and some of our community of faith members, and he basically has a multifaceted approach to dealing with gang issues there in the Denver area that is an award-winning program and has proven to be very effective. He has what he calls positive impact, where he brings rival gang members in and he sits down with them and works through their feuds and their issues and their concerns. As an OG, he has a lot of respect. When he makes a phone call, the gang members come in. He also has what he calls ACE, which is a mentoring and tutoring program for at-risk youth. He also has a family support system, which helps parents build stronger parenting skills. He also has an education component where he teaches members of the community what the gang culture is like and what to look at as far as gang awareness in education. And then he also has a re-entry component to that. Here, some of you may remember, a while back we had what was called SIP, the Savannah Impact Program. And the Savannah Impact Program was basically a way for us to reintegrate individuals back into the community, kind of a reentry program. We've kind of taken that to another level, and we have what we call the Front Porch. And the Front Porch is kind of one-stop shopping, follow-up services for at-risk youth and their families. There's a school district component, there's courts, there's police, there's community services. Everybody is housed in one location. So it's one-stop shopping. If you have not had a chance to see the front porch, I would suggest that you come out to Savannah, take a look at it. It's in the 2300 block of Abercorn, but it's a very great, very progressive, innovative program. And then, of course, we had our PAL program years ago. We're looking at bringing our PAL program back because we believe it's important for us as law enforcement to see what we can do to continue to be involved and have a positive impact in our kids' lives. So I wanted to bring the PowerPoint to kind of give you a visualization of not only the challenges that we're facing, but also some of the things that we could and should be looking at from a prevention and an intervention standpoint. Once again, I thank you for what you're doing. I thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I'll entertain any questions you have for me before I turn it over to our leaders.
Well, Chief, let me say this. The second gentleman that was an artist,
Tyrese Carter.
My daughter usually goes to bed about 9 o'clock, beats everybody to bed. About 1 o'clock in the morning, she came to my room at age 16, and she said, "Dad, is the news, what time is the news coming on?" I said, "What are you doing up? What's going on?" And she said, "According to my news, my friend just got killed. He got executed after performing." That had such a profound effect on students because of the number of hits that he would get off of the YouTube or whatever, because they record. And if you go viral in that respect, young people were affected tremendously. I remember the Cadillac Visual on Bull Street. And so even in the jails, we're finding a lot of young men that are in the industry now are now incorporated in that circle. Are you seeing those similarities of those that are in the culture, that are the social network going viral and posting different things?
Absolutely. A couple of things that were really sad about Tyrese Carter's homicide. First thing is, there were a club full of young people. We're talking individuals under 16 years of age who came outside and witnessed what had just happened to Tyrese Carter. The other thing that was really sad was a video of Tyrese Carter laying in a pool of blood in front of the Crayola Club was posted on Facebook until we got the opportunity to have somebody take that down. We know for a fact we have 2 witnesses who were standing right next to Tyrese Carter when he was shot and killed, and the parents were very clear. Yes, they know what happened. Yes, they saw what happened, but no, you're not talking to my kid, because they're not going to be the next one that you come out and have a call for service to. As a parent, I understand it. I have to respect that. But we also understand that there are individuals out there who we know could come forward with information regarding this homicide who still refuse to come forward.
That's really bad. You also talked about some very proactive programs. Open Door and Respect Richmond. Have you already started visiting those cities? I know you are having some dialogue. I know that the city of Richmond Hill in Savannah right now, Chatham County, is looking at some interaction with some programs on the preventive level. Not that they have a big level of gangs, but they're taking some proactive approaches.
Yeah, the Open Door Youth Gang Initiative, alternatives, I'm very familiar with because I worked with Reverend Kelly a lot when I ran a gang unit in Aurora, Colorado, so I'm very familiar. Reverend Kelly and I have worked together on several gang-related matters. Richmond is a trip that we're looking at making soon to kind of take a look, and we're going to make that trip probably with some community members to take a look at their Respect Richmond program.
Does anyone have any questions?
I was really encouraged about working with former gang members that have organizations. I think it's a huge, huge idea, and some things that we could do in the schools. I would love to see if there was some sort of connection between, I mean, they carry weight that mentors in churches and wonderful educators and everybody can come in and feed these kids. But for them to relate to somebody that really does feel them and see them and can say, hey, here's what they're going to tell you happens when you go to prison as a young guy going in. Now let me tell you about the kind of work they're going to expect from you. Let me tell you what happens on the inside. And then one of the things that from the last gentleman that presented is not only are these kids not afraid to go to prison, but they're chasing rank and they're told, hey, you go do your time, and we're gonna find out if you're a real soldier. When you get out, then they're chasing rain. And they're also, you know, they're being lied to. And so I think to have experts in their world to come in and say, nah, here's really how the gang works. And the gangs are encouraging young people to go to, they ain't afraid of them getting arrested because they want to go see if they can trust them, if they're going to snitch when they get in there. So it's become, our prisons and jails have become a training ground. It's like university for these kids. And so I would love to, I don't know if there's any other thoughts or future plans to try to really seek out former gang members that are doing these things, but I would love to see that develop more.
Well, and you're absolutely right. And if you watch that video, The Big Lie, you have a gang member on there that he sends a strong message to individuals in the community that he tells them, he says, if you want to join a gang, if you want to be locked up, you want people to tell you what to do all day, and you want to risk the possibility of being sexually assaulted by other men, then by all means, go ahead and join a gang. Come back and tell me how that works for you. And that sends a real strong message to our young people who think they're going to be locked up and they're going to hang out with other gang members all day and talk about how great the gang life is. That's not the way prison life is in a lot of areas.
I don't have a question. I just had something to say. Policeman is hard, and what I know is that you talked about peer prevention, intervention, enforcement and reentry. Okay, so my confusion is this. Suppression only means one thing. How can we expect or give money to the same organization to intervene and prevent? Because the goal is to not let them get to suppression. So I think that's something that we need to explore in terms of really reaching out into the community. When we get people to say, look, we support this person because they are a former gang member or they can speak to the community, yet it still is coming from the police. So how can we get young people to trust the police? Because if something happens and I call the police, I want RoboCop. I want the cop to come in and help me, right? But I also want young people to know that the cops are your friends. They're not here to trick you. They're not here to harm you. They're here to suppress. But they're also here to help you. So I think that's a dialogue that we need to have because young people in the community just don't trust the police. They just don't trust the police. That's something we have to explore if we want to help them. And the policemen have to wonder, how can you actually intervene when your job is to suppress?
Well, your job's not solely to suppress. I mean, one of the things that we really push very hard is getting out there, building those relationships and partnerships with all members of our community. So you have to work on that, and when you work on that, hopefully you'll build that strong relationship and partnership where people will feel comfortable coming to you, and there won't be that big of a divide between somebody who's out there actually working on a anti-gang program and still being associated with the police department.
Okay, so let me give you another example. My grandmother's nosy. She is the police. On her block, on her street, she is the police. They know everything that's going on. They know everybody who's in that neighborhood. And social media get the news sometime before the policeman gets it, right? But they will never come to the policeman and say what happened. So that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that there is a lapse there. There's a problem there because the community doesn't trust the policeman. And we have to figure that out, how we can reestablish that relationship moving forward. Okay. And thank you for everything you do, Mr. Mentor, Chief Mentor.
Thank you, Chief. Let's give our Chief Roy Mentor.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Person. I'm the Chief of Police in Albany, Georgia, and yes, I am old enough to be a police chief. Based on Chief Mentor's presentation, if you take Savannah off and put Albany on, we experience the same things. Even though we sit in the southwest portion of Georgia, which is considered a rural area, Albany is the largest thing south of Columbus, Savannah, Macon, and the largest thing north of Tallahassee. But listen, we have the same issue, just like every other community. To go back to your question, your statement, your question two, trust is important, and it comes from communities of color experiencing injustice with law enforcement since the implementation of law enforcement, and as that has trickled through generations, you've had people who say that they've had negative experiences with law enforcement, And those are conversations in the households, and those are conversations go from generation to generation. And the change happened to where those younger generations, I've heard it over and over, then there is definitely no use in talking to law enforcement. So now when you have a 12-year-old to a 33-year-old who has had run-ins with the law, and they know everything that their parents or family members have said, and everything that is portrayed, whether it's in social media, traditional media, that lack of trust. And doing hamburgers, hot dogs, and bouncy houses will not gain trust in the community. So the substantial steps to be taken, Chief Mentor is right. The officers do have to get out. But even getting out is where we, at the top where we stand, and our peers, we do have to acknowledge the hurt in the past, first and foremost. Another reason why we've gotten to where we are today, I've been in law enforcement 25 and a half years, and I have. When I was a drug agent in my early years, if you had drugs on you, we're going to lock you up, we're going to send you away, because that's what the community wanted. 3 strikes, you're out. Growing up in Albany, Georgia, when crack cocaine hit, it just tore up Albany, Georgia, and southwest Georgia as a whole. So 3 strikes, you're out. Well, what did we do when I became a drug agent? Hey, we were putting people away. All right? Well, let's fast forward almost 30 years, and let's look at what has happened. Those grandparents, those fathers, or whatnot, those who were addicted to drugs or either ended up in prison, they still had children. So who were the big mamas? Who were the uncles? Who were the strong? Who were the Bill Cosby, the Cliff Huxtables? And who were the James Evans? Or who were the Andy Griffiths' other family? Where they were either serving time for drug violations, or they were hooked onto themselves, or they were dead. So now you have 2, 3 generations that have come out, and now we're at the point to where, how do we change this? So with the district attorney, Mr. Dupay, thank you. I'm gonna get it right too. He's right, it is a mindset. And it's that same mindset that you all had growing up as children, believing in Santa Claus until you learn otherwise. Or some of you who wrestling was real. No, wrestling's always been fake, but it's that mindset. And that mindset is so strong today that even what we're saying, and even some of the things we've seen, that how could a 17-year-old, or how can a 12-year-old, how can that happen? It has happened, and it's going to continue to happen, because that's the lifestyle they live. So even down in southwest Georgia, how do we deal with it? It is true. We will not arrest our way out of it, because we also have examples of people who were the predators but eventually became the victim. We do have the ones who were victimized over and over, but eventually they became the predator. So it became a vicious cycle, so much so that it was never between the police and the community, it was between other people. We look like each other, we dress alike, we all want the same thing, so we will do any and everything to get what we want, because having an education, wow, I want street education. Having a job, you mean to tell me I got to clock in? No, I want that quick money. And oh, by the way, respect. Actually getting out, earning it the right way, the morals and values. I don't want your morals and values. I want these morals and values. So it's a whole mindset thing that we're dealing with. When you look at the type of programs, let me say this before I go further. Some of you may look at me funny when I say it, but it is not illegal to be in a gang as of today. It's what you do that makes it illegal. Because if you're in a gang and you don't put in work, you don't do anything illegal, we don't call you a gang. We call you a club, we call you a social organization, or something that's non-threatening. But it's the work that they do. And that work is so attractive. The benefits of it on top are so attractive. That's what they're drawn to. There was a guy, he's in federal prison now, it's Travis Luke. Travis Luke was a leader of the Southside Bloods in Albany. His brother was killed in a shooting at one of our shopping centers after the club one night, and he lost several of his fingers. Did that stop him? No. He gained even more notoriety. I was a lieutenant at the time over the gang unit, and I took my boys down there to meet his boys on a Sunday. It's kind of odd. Police don't work on Sundays. Well, yes, we do. He and I had a conversation. He told me, he said, Lieutenant, go check your record. Since I've been out of prison, have any houses been broken into? Have any cars been broken into? Have there been any crime that you guys have had to respond to since I've been out? We had. He was in control. But what did he do? He gave a back-to-school giveaway. Shoes, backpacks, whatever. Now everything was red. He had all the kids in the neighborhood. But guess what they went back to school with? A backpack, a red backpack, but it was full of school supplies. Some brand new shoes, they were red. So he was the hero of the neighborhood. Well, eventually he committed some more federal drug trafficking, and he's gone. So guess what? Yes, we got a person off the street. What did we do to fill the void? Nothing. Because now that gang splintered and other people came in. So one of the lessons that we've learned is that when you do take that person off, you need to be able to put something in to fill that void. Because he was the one providing money for the people in his gang and in his neighborhood. So that's why when we talk about intervention and prevention, part of it is, how do you fill that void? When we come in and do our enforcement efforts, there needs to be something to come in and fill that void. So that's why I support Dr. Anthony Park at Albany Technical College about pushing his adult education programs. Every technical school in the state of Georgia, that should be their #1 priority, is adult education. In Dougherty County, 17% of the available workforce, which is 18 to 40, do not have a high school diploma or a GED. And that's a problem. Because if I don't have that, I can't go to college. I can't get a decent paying job. So I'm going to get out here and survive the best way I can. So you want to talk about how can we address gang and youth violence? First of all, let's get them through high school. Because if any community has a high graduation rate, I guarantee you will see your crime rate dropping, because now I see that there are other things out there besides trying to survive. I can actually go to technical school and then maybe go on to college, but at least I can go to technical school, and in a short amount of time I can have a job to where I don't have to hustle on the street corner every day and every night, watching out not only for the police, but for other rival folks trying to get me. Also, when we talk about intervention and prevention, we also have to talk about mental health and substance abuse. Those are two very important factors. In our schools today, you have kids who are the perfect targets, the perfect recruits for gangs, are the ones dealing with mental health issues. Those are the ones who are easily influenced to join these gangs and to get out and do the work that the smart gang members want them to do. So how do we impact the mental health aspect of it? Oh, by the way, if they're doped up on these drugs, now you're just adding to the substance abuse issue. I'm going to make a point here just in a second. So we need to put more into mental health and substance abuse counseling, treatment, and programs, so that one, if Johnny is having a mental health, he understands how to deal with it. Oh, by the way, mama, daddy, grandma, whomever else he's living with, they may have an issue. They get help too, but they also know how to help him through. And we're not using drugs and medication so much just to keep them suppressed and quiet, but we actually need the help. Lastly, we have to look at the re-entry part of it. once they go off to RYDC, when they come back, they're going to come right back to the environment they left. Once they leave the Georgia Department of Corrections, even if they've been banned from that county, they probably can't come back to that county, but they can come back to a county that touches that circuit they were banned from. If we don't support and have fully comprehensive reentry programs, then everything that they learned in prison, they got that trade or they had that counseling, none of it is reinforced, and now they become repeat offenders. Honestly, this is way beyond a law enforcement. I ain't saying anything about arresting. It's a community problem, and there are social issues that we need to look at and address. DFACS, they need plenty of help. Anybody who, the Department of Behavioral Health, they need plenty of help. All these social service agencies and organizations or community programs that can deal with the mental health, the substance abuse, the adult education standpoint of it. All of those things, that's where we need to focus our efforts. I have a team, a police academy. I do. I have a citizens police academy. Do I have parents in both of them? Not really. So hopefully, whatever we teach them in the teen academy, it'll be reinforced at home, or whatever that parent learns in the citizens academy, they take it back. But that's a gamble. Project Safe Neighborhoods, we are involved in it. One aspect is the most violent people in the community, get them out of here. Not everybody, but the most violent ones. The ones who just won't get right, get them out of here. The ones who are on the fence, we have programs to where we want to, how can you help them get off the fence and then get on the right side? So with our youth, we have a juvenile intervention gang deterrent and therapeutic program. What is that? We partner with a licensed counselor who has an evidence-based program to where they deal with at-risk youth in the Dougherty County juvenile system, them and their families, to help them with counseling over a period of time so we can address some of those social issues. And then the kids who are not on the fence, but they can really be influenced, we have a youth leadership development program where we work with the Dougherty County school system, identifying those kids who are those kind of C+, B, and even up to the A students, or even those D students who have potential but they just won't get it together. How do you help them with their soft skills training? Because these are the ones who may skate through. I dabbled a little bit in the gang stuff. I was in the car, but I didn't get arrested, or I was the one who got away and I won't do that again. How can we show them that there are other things that you can do? How do we help you with that so that you can go on and have a productive life and don't have to worry about having the gang life as part of your background? So in Albany, I fully believe, and the department along the rest of the community, we fully believe in it's a community issue. And they can lay it at the feet of the police all day long, but just like with the DA's office, they're fit to prosecute. As a police officer, that's enforcement. That's it. But I'm expected to handle social service issues. We all need help, and it's a community problem. Thank you.
Reentry programs. We thank you for your service, especially the work you're doing in Albany. And we do need more reentry programs. I have a program in the Chatham County Jail that's graduated over 31 graduates, male and female, and it's substance abuse and it is mental health. So we do need more. And when they come out, we transition them into the community for jobs. We have expungement programs. We have GED, partnership with Savannah Tech. We're getting them into homes, moving from rentership to ownership, and we're not going to stop. We plug them into Georgia Port and wire back and those persons that will hire those offenders. So it takes a village.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you one question. Re-entry. So when you're talking about re-entry, I'm thinking about economic stability. I think it's really impossible to have public safety if you don't have economic stability. So when you have young people and you said mental issues, so if they're coming home or if they're on the corner, if they want to shine shoes, they're normally getting a hard time because, you know, it's not permitted or it's not coded or whatever the fact is. But what we do know is that how can we make sure that there is some kind, no matter what it looks like to the individual that we're trying to intervene with, we're trying to help them. So no matter what it looks like, how can we ensure that they have some kind of economic stability, because we know that the two go hand in hand when you talk about public safety.
So in every jurisdiction, the law enforcement entity needs to be working with their local chamber of commerce. They have to go hand in hand. The reason being, so you're going to have employers or who want to take a chance or take a risk on a returning citizen, which is, we're going to call them people coming from GDC. They're returning citizens. Okay. If this person wants to get involved in a business venture, just say shiny shoes, all right, how can we help them? So through their local licensing office, how do we help this person through the process? Or if there is an employer, say we have, just say somebody wants to hire returning citizens, how do you help them through the processes to where these people can get jobs? And first say, I understand you're a returning citizen, you have this felony, but we're going to take a chance on you. When it comes to law enforcement, and I truly believe that you have to know people, is that when we're involved in these conversations, guess who are your best referrals? We are. Because we should be the ones referring them through this process because we see them day in and day out. And we know if they're hanging out, well, what can we refer you to? And we continue to push them. So when we encounter them at 3 o'clock in the morning, hey, ain't you supposed to be at work at 6? Because I know I set you up with something. Or I know that you're doing your hustle. Your new hustle is shining shoes. Your new hustle is I got a mobile car washing. Whatever your new hustle is. So we can be the referral point to those businesses. The Chamber of Commerce should have a process to where they allow these businesses to operate fully and be free to operate and get rid of that unnecessary red tape. I mean, some of your most talented people and some people who got some strong work ethic are folks who are in GDC because I got to get up, watch them when they come out. They're clean, they get up early, they understand order and authority. They've been under it so long. So use that, but now let them see how they can profit from it and don't have to worry about police looking over their shoulder. Instead of looking over their shoulder, now, oh yeah, I know you're going to do the food right because you came from a structured environment. Let's make it work for their benefit. So yeah, police, law enforcement, Chamber of Commerce, and license.
Okay, so my last question is, I should have asked Chief Mentor this, but you talked about guns and young people and gangs. So my thinking is the only time these young people see the police in their neighborhoods is when something happens. When I travel through some of these neighborhoods, I never see the policemen on a regular day, like just coming down the street or coming around the corner. You don't see the policemen until something happens. And then there's a lot of policemen at that time. So I think that some of the young kids they don't feel safe. So they almost feel as though they have to protect themselves and their families. That you got great grandmothers that are 40 years old. The grandmothers are 30 and the mothers are 16. So what do we do with that?
We have to be deliberate in who we show love to and be inclusive. When I say show love, that means we go on every street. There should not be any street in any jurisdiction that an officer will not go down. So that's just something deliberate on our end that we have to make sure that happens. And because I'm born and raised in Albany, I have 48 years of relationships. So when you have your homegrown, homebred people, you have to use those church relationships, those school relationships, those social organizations, that when we do see those problems, outside of using just the police, what other ways can we get in, that an easier way to get in, and so that it's easier. Churches can get the police in a whole lot quicker than just the police going in and knocking on doors. So.
Chief, thank you so much. Bring greetings from Albany State's own Tyrone Poole. So thank you so much. And now we'll have Mr. Terry Norris.
Well, actually, Terry's not here today. I'm Brent Leffler with the Sheriff's Association. Terry, unfortunately, is at the Capitol right now dealing with the whole, I guess, the mental health commission that they're bringing into the fold right now. So he's doing that, but of course he regrets that he can't be here, so I'm here in his place. But it is a pleasure. Of course, the best part is we're all on the same path, we're all on the same street, and everyone is, of course, in complete agreement with the issues that we have out there. I've got a number of things that I've written down through here, but one of the things, Georgia has a gang problem. There's no doubt. You know, let's not even try to mistake that we have an issue. Some of the figures are out there. We got 71 some odd known gang members. We have a lot more than that. We have a lot more. They're out there. And of course, Chief, I'm from Bainbridge, so I'm only 60 miles south of you right now. So it's just as bad in rural parts of the state as well. It's out there. And of course, we have gang issues. We have youth that are in need. We've got a variety of things. But really, a couple things. Like I said, one of my jobs is the director of training with the Sheriff's Association. And we, along with all law enforcement, we are training currently. I mean, the gang issue has become a big deal. It is a big deal and will continue to be a big deal until the village steps up and makes changes throughout society right now. Law enforcement has done a great job, but we don't have the resources. You have made a perfect example. Well, why aren't they going down the street? Resources are tight. Where I live, even though I'm employed with the Georgia Sheriff's Association as the director of training, I'm a deputy sheriff in several counties around the state. Decatur County is 400 square miles. You'll never get a deputy on every road in that area. No doubt that you can take any municipality across the state, it's still going to be tough. The resources are tough to have out there. So it takes a community to do what we need to do. One of the things that the sheriffs in Georgia are very proud of, for 65 years, the Sheriff's Association has been raising kids. There's two organizations in one. You have the Georgia Sheriff Youth Homes and the Georgia Sheriff's Association. My side of the coin is the training side of it. The Georgia Sheriff Youth Homes, that side, we raise kids. And the sheriffs of Georgia take pride in raising kids. And they've been doing that 65 years. We have 5 campuses around the state. And if you ever want to see a sheriff get very protective, go into his community and mess with one of those 5 campuses. Those kids belong to that sheriff. Those kids belong to the parents and the grandparents and the members of that community. Of course, those kids also, they belong to just tens of thousands of community volunteers and service people throughout the state who help to raise these kids. Go to one of their Christmas parties at any one of these ranches and you're going to have a big time. You're going to watch a community come out and love on those kids. We take these kids starting at the age of 7. These kids are not removed from their home from no fault of their own. Unfortunately, they have moms, dads, parents, grandparents that don't really deserve to be moms, dads, parents, grandparents. I get it. You want to try to keep them in a household setting. Sometimes that doesn't work. We raise these kids and we are making generational changes. We can actually break that cycle of abuse, of delinquency. The best part about some of the stories that we hear when you talk about breaking those generational chains of delinquency and abuse, last year at the Georgia Sheriff Youth Homes in Hayhira, Georgia, the Boys Ranch, we've got right now about 18 of our kids that are actually in college. When they get through high school and they become of age, if they decide that they want to go to college, we notify the sheriffs, and the sheriffs, we tighten that belt and we make it happen. Some of these adult kids have the option of staying with their mom or dad and going home. Several go back to the ranch. Come on, we'll put a cot out there and we'll hang out. And, they only know the ranch or any of these other campuses as home. So the youth home side of it, we help to break those chains. We help to we steer these kids back on a correct path. Other programs that are out there, the Sheriff's Association created in 2004, it's called the CHAMPS program, Choosing Healthy Activities and Methods Promoting Safety. It's an elementary school program for elementary and middle school kids. It is in Richmond County, it is in Chatham County, it is in Dougherty County, and currently there's 23 lesson plans. And the deputy sheriff is in that classroom teaching whatever lessons that administrator and that deputy wanted to teach. anything from gangs to drugs to ATV safety, you name it. They teach a variety of lessons, and it's a deputy sheriff or a law enforcement officer in that environment teaching these kids about whatever that issue is. But other than just teaching that issue, those deputies, those men and women are there for these kids. Everyone has success stories. Everyone has stories that aren't as successful. One of our CHAMPS instructors from North Georgia was teaching in her classroom, ended up adopting one of her 6th grade students.
Wow.
They had that much of a connection. She came from a really ugly home, and she was adopted by her CHAMPS instructor at 11 years of age and is doing great. So there's a lot of things we can do. A lot of the social services out there, the Shop with a Cop, and all these neat things that basically puts law enforcement in a good light. And it's tough nowadays. It's tough as a law enforcement officer. I've been doing this 28 years, and it's very difficult. As it's been mentioned before, you show up on a scene and you are the most hated and despised person there, but at the same time you are the most wanted and loved person there. Walk that tightrope. That's tough. That's real tough. We've had other programs. Kit, you have actually come and you've spoken with our chaplains division about the successes that you've had going into prisons. You've come and spoken with our sheriff's offices or sheriff's conferences that you've come to before. We recognize it. The sheriffs recognize this is an issue, but it's just not a law enforcement function. You know, we are here, sheriff, police, DNR, state patrol, we're here to serve the public and protect the public, but then resources get tight. So you got to figure out, how do I do one thing and then also try to be beneficial to that young man or woman who's getting involved in that gang? Or how can you maybe see that and steer them away from it? One of the issues I will continue to mention is the school systems. We have a lot of young ladies and young men out there who are so naive. I'm glad my mom is not here right now. When she was teaching, and I was probably in the 3rd grade, she was a little naive. One of the students came down and said, Mrs. Leffler, they're shooting birds in the bathroom. She's thinking they're shooting birds, not communicating non-verbally. That's what was going on in the bathroom. She had no clue that they were shooting birds. She had no idea what that meant. One of the things that we do with our CHAMPS program is gangs is one of those lesson plans. So not only are we teaching the kids, we're educating the teachers as well about all of the signs, all of the indicators that are out there. We're going to have a speaker come to the winter conference, for our Sheriff's Winter Conference. And she's going to discuss and show how much of the issue of dogfighting is associated with gangs. There's so many things that we can do to pinpoint and show those trigger points or show those indicators that are out there. And it's important. And we try to steer these things away from our kids. It's that important. And I'll just mention a couple quick other things before I let Paul take over. We understand the state of Georgia is taking the whole gang issue very seriously. You got the Georgia Street Gang Act. That's a big thing. Georgia, of course, has one of the strongest anti-gang laws in the state, or in the country. Let me put it that way. They're taking a very proactive approach, and in all essence, they're trying to squash it. But then also, we're here to try, how can we divert and prevent and intervene with the kids side? All the things that I mentioned here and all the things that were mentioned a little earlier today throughout the day, we're all on the same track. We're all on that parallel track together. But during the past winter conference, we had Governor Brian Kemp, Georgia's AG Chris Carr, we had all 3 U.S. attorneys, B.J. Pack, Charlie Peeler, Bobby Christine. John Reagan was here earlier with Pack. He was that. Of course, GBI Director Vic Reynolds, and of course Bill Massey, the Baldwin County Sheriff. They were all on this panel to discuss the gang issue and how they're going about and aggressively prosecuting these gangs. Of course, there's a double-edged sword to this. One side, you've got to deal with the prosecution side, and at the other side, I'm a parent. You have to deal, how am I going to take this young one and steer this individual away from a path that we can clearly see that these young men and women are going down. And it's important, and it's going to take a cooperative effort from everybody. I'm sorry, Gary McGibbony, I'm sorry, I'm not knocking you, hang with me. We've got to be able to make sure that we are getting notified, law enforcement throughout, of the issues that are going on in schools. Now, there has been a great increase in the cooperation that I've seen between Board of Education's and local law enforcement. There's a number, I'm not sure what the number is, but there is a number of Board of Educations that have their own police force, but there's still issues where information is not being given to local law enforcement of issues that are going on in the schools for whatever reasons. I think, lots of times, as we mentioned, there's some money issues and some strategies that are involved in that. One example, an issue back home within the last 4 years, a very bad fight in our lunchroom. One of the individuals was completely knocked out on the third punch. I saw the video, he was good. 3 punches, this guy was done, he was out. Local school board did not want to do it. They were going to handle it administratively. Did not want anything, did not want to advise. Of course, this is being handled at the local level. They did not want to report this to local law enforcement. The parents were insistent. They got the local police department involved. They did not want to get involved with it. Then it goes to the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office took it, prosecuted the individual, went to juvenile court. It was done, but it was just, they did not want this to go because they knew, the school system knew at some point it's going to get up to the higher ranks and they could possibly lose some kind of a funding. With that aside, that's just one of those scary stories. You've got to have that communication and that cooperation with the schools, with DFACs, with law enforcement, with your social agencies. These kids are screaming out for it. There's a lot of them need help. And most everybody out there deserves that second, third, and fourth chance. Some people don't. Some people are just, you're not going to get through to. So it's just something that the sheriffs take seriously in the state, not only with just raising kids to the youth home side, but the sheriffs as a whole are all supportive of this issue. And it is a crisis. Young people joining these gangs is an issue, and it will continue to be an issue. Of course, I'm going to stop now and let Paul jump in there, but if you have any questions, I'll entertain those right now. Fantastic. What's that?
I'll just say thank you for your service and kudos to all those sheriff departments in Georgia that also have programs like the GED and substance abuse, etc. I know you're working hard, not just on the locking folk up, but you're working on preventive.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. I'll mention one quick thing before I turn this mic over. The gang issue doesn't stop on the street. You pick them off the street, you take a gang member, and now he's in your local jail. They're typically not there that long in the jail. Depending on what the court system does, then they go into prison. So eradicating the gang issue on the street, you're not eradicating anything. You're just moving that gang problem to a local jail or to the prison system. So you've got to fix the issue everywhere.
I'm Sergeant Paul Gunn. I'm with the Richmond County Sheriff's Office. I'm filling in for Chief Clayton. Apologies, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going to give you a kind of brief overview. I know I'm cutting into your discussion time right now of the program and services the Richmond County Sheriff's Office offers. When Sheriff Roundtree came into office, one of his main focuses was against gang violence and gun violence, and we've made quite big steps in that direction. I come from the enforcement side of it, so I'm kind of like the male fist inside the velvet glove. But we have several community programs which are targeted towards gun violence and trying to bring gang members and violent felons back into the community. One of those is the Give Back program, which is being instituted in other cities throughout the country. Basically, we target a number of gang members, career felons, violent offenders coming back into the community, and they're given an offer of help usually it starts with a letter delivered by our Community Services Division. And that help can be educational, housing, counseling, any of that kind of stuff. And that we have partnerships throughout the county with businesses through Augusta University and other nonprofits that help out with this. We've experienced some success with that. Probably about, I think the last count was 33% of our targeted group is actually still committed to the program, which is not bad at all. Our deputies try to get out in the community as often as possible. I know Ms. Trouty said you don't see the cops until you really need them. We try to get our guys out there talking to kids in the street, talking to neighbors. When I was a uniformed deputy, I spent a lot of time in community centers, talking with ladies like your grandmother, because they know everything. If I was looking for somebody, that's usually where I'd go, because I could find out where that person was after a little while, just kind of sitting there drinking coffee for a little while. My unit, so my unit consists of 3 people, including me, for a population of over 250,000 and a metro population of close to 600,000. When I say the metro population, I'm talking about all the surrounding counties, because as the main entertainment and employment hub in the metro area of Augusta, everybody comes here to work, to play, and we get lots of good people that come in to work and play in Augusta. We also get people that aren't so good that come in to work and play in Augusta, so we end up having to deal with those guys too. So we partner with the federal agencies, the state agencies, and try to target those individuals when we come into Richmond County. We also have a secondary mission, which is our community outreach program, which is we go out to churches, to schools, to local community organizations. We give talks on gang education. So we have more eyes out there showing us what's going on within the community. And we get a large number of callbacks from one program in a church. Last month, I've already had 4 or 5 calls to do other programs in other churches or other community groups. So talking about the village, we're getting the news out to the village. Now, my military experience is based on counterinsurgency and intelligence, so it's important for us to develop those assets within the community to help us out. As a former homicide investigator with Sheriff Roundtree, I've spent many times on dark streets standing over the broken bodies of our youth, and everybody and their brother in the neighborhood saw everything that was going on, but nobody wants to talk about it. So developing those community partnerships is important for us to find, so we can catch those guys and make sure they get dealt with properly. I know Brent gave you some facts and figures on the gang crisis in Georgia. It's 71,000 validated gang members in the state. Those are just the ones we know about. Those are the ones that have contact with law enforcement, corrections, community programs, and that have been validated and documented as a gang member. Our biggest problem right now is we have the larger affiliation gangs from up north and from the west coast that are coming in, pushing out or assimilating into the local neighborhood gangs that have always been here and bringing more trouble with them. We are trying to, we try to adopt any program that we can find that may work for us. I've looked at the Stop Gun Violence program that works in Savannah. And gun violence program. Any of those community violence intervention programs we try to implement. We also have victims assistance. Our Angel Hearts program deals with helps counsel the families of violent crimes and murder victims. We have a great deal of feedback from that too. So, like I said, we're trying to push out as much as we can in the community, but when it comes time to push back and find the people that need to be found, it's really where I come in. Discussion time now.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you do. And we know that the work is not easy, but
thank you for taking time to come out. Does anyone have any questions?
Again, I want to thank you, Sergeant, for coming and representing Richmond County well, Sheriff Roundtree and his group. One of the things that that you probably didn't mention, but since you didn't have enough time, I know we also have a, where they actually take guns back in the community, that they ask people to turn in weapons, and that has been a big thing, as well as sometimes they will have them come in and help, I guess if they have warrants or things like that against them, that they can come in and sort of help clear things up. So they got a lot of different programs that here in Richmond County that I know of. I speak to Sheriff Roundtree often, not about gangs, but other stuff. But so again, thank you for your service, and I appreciate it.
Well, certainly it's been a plethora of information from everyone, and this is our third meeting. We have heard a lot of the logistics and statistics from the different entities of law enforcement and agencies like DFACS and our school systems. We're faced with a very difficult task now that we have 2 additional meetings, and now we want to focus on strong recommendations. And a lot of the things that you said today, you talked about programs in Denver and programs from that are model programs that are working in different parts of the country. I don't know if you all had a chance to meet Michelle Young in Savannah. She is my goodness, a curator of having been there for 28 plus years with model programs that kind of put it all together. We just open up a few parables of discussion with committee members, but our focus in LaGrange will be now to focus on recommendations. What can we do? What can we recommend? We're in a defining moment, everyone, that with this major problem that will not go away, that if we don't do something now collectively, it won't happen. So we're leaning hard to you to give us more recommendations outside the box. Email us, send us some information. Might be outside of what you're doing in reference to law enforcement or agency, but we need to really address this as much as we can. Going back into the 2020 session, it might be appropriations or legislation. I don't know if it's going to be appropriations, being that we're cutting the budget. But we're going to open up. Does any of our committee members have anything?
I just want to clear up one thing. I've heard it mentioned a couple of times today that schools lose funding based on discipline reports. That's simply not true. Funding has nothing to do with discipline reporting. I just wanted to clear that up because it came up a couple of times.
And I want to, as Chairman Gilliard said, just encourage you to, what can, in your lanes, and you all gave it a great focus in your lanes, but what can we do to help you, or what could other agencies do? We talked about the community, neighborhood type of community groups coming together. Give us ideas of what we can do to help make your job better. And that would sort of help us on some of the recommendations as we try to get, as he said, this holistic view. We're not going to get it all, but we can come down with a good base. I think we're in the right track.
Let's get it.
Representative Prince, if I could just mention one thing.
Yes.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. As a law enforcement officer, we don't like arresting kids. Arresting juveniles is time consuming. I actually sat in one time, this has been a number of years ago, on a juvenile hearing. Kid was not the best kid in the world, and the judge told him and gave him a verse from the Bible and told him what he was doing was wrong, and I don't want to see you in my courtroom again. And out he went. I'm like, well, boy, you really fixed that problem. And that was great. So if we can strengthen, of course, I know the judges and the legal system has latitude in how they can deal with stuff, but this kid, you didn't even give him a slap on the wrist. You just gave him a Bible verse and told him you don't want to see him in the courtroom again. Oh, I mean, I wish I could be treated like that at some point. That'd be nice, but if you can somehow strengthen or maybe give the judges a little bit more fight.
I've been talking so much today, I just got sleepy. But youth gangs have existed in the United States for as long as this nation has been in existence. We live in a culture of violence. Our young people every day are living through it, whether it's in music, video games, school, anywhere. They're just living in this culture of violence. So I would just plead to you today to do not take this lightly. What happened today, we had a discussion. We had conversation about something we needed to talk about, ways on how we can intervene and prevent young people from destroying their lives. It is very serious because we have to have a generation to replace some of us that are here. So with that being said, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the chair for this opportunity, and I really, really look forward to moving forward with what we have to do in this community.
I want to task my colleagues as to how we can brainstorm when we go back and partner with Child Welfare, Sheriff's Association, and other agencies that we've spoken with. I don't know, as we've all said, the finances may be an issue, but there could be other opportunities that we can pursue.
Today's been great, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I just want to encourage us all. I know working in this field, it's easy because of the nature of the things we're dealing with, the violence and the destruction that we're seeing in our communities, and they're getting younger and younger. Sometimes we can just look at all of them the same as perpetrators. And I think we have perpetrators and we have victims. We have those in our society that we're mad at, and we've got those that we're afraid of. And I think the biggest thing I'm hearing that keeps coming through is we got to catch them younger, and we got to offer them the tools and the services and the love, and we've got to rally around them. The village keeps being told. But I think in the same way that we're going to show a lot of love to kids that are homeless or have severe mental illness or victims of human trafficking or violent domestic violence, whatever, we see them as victims, and we'll do whatever we can to rescue them. I believe we've got to see these young people as victims. They're being preyed upon, they're being recruited. They're 7 years old, they're 8 years old, and they're being shown more love from the streets than they are from the churches. And so they're giving them more than we are giving them in schools. And it's not that we don't care, but I think we got to be real careful not to lump these young knuckleheads in with the older ones and just say, man, they're all a lost cause. They're not, they're victims. And I think if we rally around the young ones, we can break this curse. At least we can stem the tide and raise up a bunch of young people that grow up and go on to have the right to live their dreams out. But I think as a community, we've got to start looking at these young people and not give up on them and just throw them away. I think we can get them. And I think this encourages me that we are waking up and saying we got to pull together to do this. But I appreciate everybody's doing anything. This is a we thing, and it's going to take all of us. But God bless all y'all for your help and support.
Let me thank all of you for coming out. I do want to thank the University of Augusta University, as well as our chamber for the Augusta Chamber of Commerce for allowing us to use this facility. I want to thank you. Hospitality. Representative Brian Prince for excellent hospitality. Thank you so much for being the gentleman that you are. And let me also thank all of you for participating. I do want to leave you, and don't tell Sheriff Wiltshire about this when I give you this. I want to leave you with a note of a young man that at age 19 was coming out of being in a rap recording group. And he said, here's the problem that needs to be stated. Gangs and crime don't need to debate it. It's left an effect on our community. There's no peace, there's no love, and there's no unity. Kids on the streets being killed like a city's death wish being fulfilled. If we don't stick together, we get stuck together. So let's fight for what's right and self-destruct together. That was me, This meeting is adjourned.
Oh, look at you.